Chapter 9:36. Interpius did not know what the financial group's name meant, but when Black Star mentioned this name, the weird smile on his face made him imagine a series of love and hate entanglements. It seemed to have a special meaning. He thought to himself, but did not show it on his face. Han Xiao shook his head, put away his thoughts, knocked on the table, and said, "When we reach the next planet, I will get someone to send you to the army headquarters in the Shattered Star Ring. When you get there, you will have time to slowly familiarize yourself with the work of the army. That's all I have to say. You can go now and do your homework." "Okay." Interpius nodded, bowed, and left the room. After he left the room, Sylvia could not help but roll her eyes and laugh. "You're too vengeful. You actually came up with such a name." Although she was not a Blue Star member, she had been under Han Xiao for many years and had heard about Han Xiao's early experiences from others. "This is not vengeful," Han Xiao snorted. "Speaking of which, he, Hela, and Aurora should be the only three former members of the Germinal organization left." Looking at it this way, the Germinal organization was really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. After teasing her for a while, Han Xiao said seriously, "Back to the topic, how's the situation in the Shattered Star Ring?" Hearing this, Sylvia also stopped smiling and reported the progress of the competition between the Black Star Corps, Bloodshed Land, and the Limitless Financial Group. Ever since the competition broke out, Han Xiao had asked Sylvia to report the situation to him regularly. Currently, the remaining companies of the Black Star Corps had joined forces on a large scale, which had curbed the hostile acquisitions of the Limitless Financial Group to a certain extent. The competition had turned into a tug-of-war. The Limitless Financial Group and Bloodshed Land had also temporarily changed their focus from purchasing business channels to consolidating the business channels that they had already obtained. Thus, the role of the Bloodshed Land was displayed. With the identity of a beyond Grade A organization, they were able to quickly digest the market seized by the Limitless Financial Group, causing the business scope of the Bloodshed Land to break through the mold and rapidly expand. The two of them complemented each other to a certain extent. The Limitless Financial Group invested money to expand their territory, while the Bloodshed Land provided the influence and connections that they had accumulated over many years. Combining these resources, the efficiency of the cooperation between the two produced a chemical reaction, feeding each other and developing rapidly. They were catching up to the Black Star Corps in the Shattered Star Ring. Otherwise, even if the Limitless Financial Group had so much money that even the Heaven and Earth Bank did not dare to print, the threat to him would be limited. The tyrant really knows how to launder money. After listening to the report, Han Xiao snorted. "If I don't rub you against the ground 100 times after I advance, I'll write my surname backwards." Han Xiao shook his head. "I already know the situation. You can go back to work." "Humph, you only know how to order people around. I can't even stay with you for a while longer. Ever since I became the chief administrative officer, you've become more and more distant from me." Sylvia wrinkled her nose unhappily. "When did I?" Han Xiao was stunned. "I don't care. I haven't had a holiday in a long time. I don't want to lose my hair like Jenny." Sylvia angrily placed her hands on her hips. "Although I'm willing to work for the army, you can't treat me like a human. You don't really think that I like to work, do you? If not for you." "Humph." Helpless, Han Xiao had no choice but to comfort Sylvia and calm her down. In the eyes of the army members, Sylvia never complained and had a calm image. Only in front of him would Sylvia throw a tantrum. On the next planet, Han Xiao ordered a few battleships and packed Interpius back to the Shattered Star Ring. He then continued to run around the dynasty, looking for leaks while training his energy. He traveled through the various star clusters and star systems in the constellation corridor. As time passed, the various organizations no longer found it strange. After a long period of traveling, Han Xiao also slowly accumulated his energy to the critical point of LV-19, getting closer and closer to the requirements of the promotion mission. In the gravity training room with the maximum gravity simulation environment, Han Xiao, who was half naked, floated in midair. His eyes were emitting a strong light, and his mouth and nose were breathing in and out like lightning. His breathing formed a thundercloud, and his breathing was like thunder. His breathing was like thunder, and his breathing was like crackling lightning. His body was surrounded by dense mechanical force, and all kinds of signs showed that the energy in his body was in its most active state. Han Xiao took a deep breath and retracted all his mechanical force back into his body. He then turned off the gravity mimicry. In his senses, the cells that were suppressed by gravity were freed from their restraints, and new energy was squeezed out. I've mastered another energy training technique. The light in Han Xiao's eyes dimmed, and he opened the interface to take a look. He nodded with satisfaction. This was an energy training technique that trained through gravity. Through the method of compression and release, the limit of the energy produced by the cells was increased. The number of times he could train had already reached the limit, and he had squeezed all the value out of it. During this time, Han Xiao had already trained quite a few energy training techniques, which had cost him a lot of experience and energy. Now, his energy limit had already reached around 119,000. Only 1,000 left. I'm not far from LV-19. Han Xiao rubbed his shoulders, then controlled his body. He opened the closed sweat glands on his upper body, and sweat instantly gushed out like a fountain. However, the moment it left his body, it evaporated. With his current life level, he could control his body perfectly. Whether he sweated or not was up to him. After intense exercise, it was fine if he did not want to sweat, but it would only make him feel a little uncomfortable. After cleaning his body, Han Xiao touched his chest muscles, lowered his head, and admired his golden ratio, muscular body. Only then did he put on the clothes. The alloy door slid open, and Han Xiao walked out of the gravity training room. He casually nodded to a group of crew members who passed by, then walked to the corridor and looked at the observation window. The observation window displayed the external environment, and it could be zoomed in and out. At this time, the observation screen was overlooking the surface of a planet. A majestic galactic city was located there, and spaceships were taking off and landing, leaving behind streaks of light in the sky that did not disappear for a long time. Hub, a famous galactic city in the Constellation Corridor, a high-level transit hub city. Han Xiao nodded. This was a very lively galactic city that belonged to a beyond grade A ally of the dynasty. Because of its good management and location, Hub had become a famous location in the dynasty. However, Han Xiao did not come to this planet to recruit people. His fleet just happened to need to replenish their resources. Furthermore, Aurora and the other Black Star guards expressed that they were tired of staying on the spaceship and wanted to go to the city to play. Thus, he brought his people to Hub and had been there for a few days. Because there were too many people coming and going, in order to not cause a commotion, Han Xiao had the fleet disguise themselves. At the same time, he had Philip conceal the information of his arrival and set up a fake identity. The artificial intelligence of Hub was unable to detect it, and no one knew that he had come. Opening the interface, there was a buff for the evolutionary totem on his status bar. This is also a planet equipped with the evolutionary totem. Han Xiao stroked his chin. The sale of the evolutionary totem had been going on for quite some time, and the dynasty and its allies had already bought what they needed. They were already being used on a large scale and were usually used on colonial planets. It was rare for them to appear in a galactic transit hub. Han Xiao had browsed through the information of Hub for the past 2 years and realized that the evolutionary totem had attracted even more travelers. Some of the weaker races even took the initiative to send some of their people to live on neutral planets with the evolutionary totem. A new migration phenomenon was created, and the influence of the evolutionary totem began to spread. After sizing it up, Han Xiao left the corridor and went to the officer's activity room. Usually, there would be many people playing cards here, but at this moment, it was very quiet. Less than half of the Black Star Guards were playing Wayne cards. Seeing Han Xiao, everyone turned to greet him and continued to focus on their game. Their brows were furrowed, as if they had met their match. Han Xiao walked to the side of the table and looked around. Great, they were all noobs, and there was indeed no correlation between their combat strength and their card skills. Looking around, Han Xiao did not see Fu Ding, Hardaway, and the others. He then patted someone's shoulder. Where did the others go? Oh, they all went to Inya Hub to play. Hardaway brought a group of people to cough cough. They went to that kind of bar. As for Fu Ding, I remember that he went shopping with Aurora. This calamity gray-black star guard scratched his head. Do you want to call them back? Forget it. Han Xiao shook his head. Since he had nothing else to do, he could not be bothered to disturb his subordinates. After thinking about it, he was not in a hurry to leave. Since he was only lacking 1,000 energy, he might as well stay there and focus on training the last bit of energy to complete the promotion mission. At the same time, in Inya Hub, Entertainment District 04, a grand ceremony was being held there, and the streets were packed with people of different races. The parade cars moved slowly, and the performers made all kinds of strange movements toward the audience. From time to time, there would be street performers performing by the side of the street. It was very lively, and there was laughter everywhere. Fu Ding and Aurora's faces were disguised, and they walked among the crowd. Aurora looked around curiously, while Fu Ding followed Aurora as her temporary bodyguard. He smiled and commented with Aurora about the performances around them from time to time. Sigh, it's too boring to stay on the ship for too long. It's more fun to be in a crowded place. Aurora was holding a bunch of hot snacks in her hand. She was in a good mood as she chewed on them and spoke vaguely. Hella liked to be alone, but Aurora preferred to be in a crowded place. Although the hardships of her childhood had caused her to suffer from social phobia for a period of time, after years of adjustment, she no longer had this problem. She spent most of her time with Hella. Now that Hella was away, Aurora also wanted to walk around to increase her experience. However, liking crowds was not just a personality factor. There was also a physiological factor. Her Esper ability could sense the aura of life. Places with many life signals would attract her to a certain extent. In such an environment, her Esper ability would become more active, and she would feel happy. Oh, I prefer places with fewer people. Fu Ding shrugged. Aurora rolled her eyes at him. You like to be alone, right? Is it so fun to have spiritual sex? Are you too addicted? Fu Ding did not mind. He smiled faintly and pointed to his temple. You're making her shy. Aurora felt goosebumps. Just as she was about to say something, Fu Ding's eyes suddenly changed. He took a step forward, pressed on Aurora's shoulder, and stared in a direction. Wait, there seems to be a situation. Seeing this, Aurora did not ask. She immediately put away her joking expression and threw away the snacks in her hand. She reached for the foldable gun at her waist and instantly got into a combat stance. At the same time, she fully activated her life-sensing ability and followed Fu Ding's gaze. Suddenly, she found a few life signals that did not exist suddenly appeared in the distance. One of them was very weak and seemed to be in a state of serious injury. The two looked at each other and quickly walked in the direction of the signal. They turned into an alley and walked through many corners. As they went deeper and deeper, there were gradually no traces of passers-by. Soon, the two arrived at the location of the abnormal life signals. However, there was an empty space in front of them. There was nothing unusual on the surface. Fu Ding frowned and took out a magic badge from his pocket. This was a gift from Lagi. It was a device that could detect abnormal magic fluctuations. At this time, it was vibrating violently and pointed to the empty space in front of them. It seems to be a barrier magic. It can actually hide the city's magic detection device for a short period of time. The effect is not ordinary. To hide an area in the city, it doesn't seem like a good person. What is it doing? Fu Ding hesitated for a moment. He did not know if he should poke his nose into other people's business. But before he could make a decision, the space in front of him suddenly shattered like glass and exploded with a bang. Crack! The invisible barrier was broken from the inside, and a figure covered in blood staggered out and fell to the ground with a plop. The pool of blood under the body gradually expanded, and the empty space in front of the two suddenly changed, with a large number of potholes and traces of battle. In addition to this wounded man, there were several other people standing in the distance. They were holding long-handled metal hammers with inscriptions. They were wearing black hooded robes with white patterns and symbols on them. They were wearing a few strands of special necklaces. They were dressed like priests or monks of some sect. Drops of blood dripped from the hammers. Clearly, there had been a gang fight here. Perhaps because the barrier was broken and they did not want to attract more attention, these people dressed as priests did not linger. They turned around and left at an extremely fast speed, quickly disappearing from the two's sight. Fu Ding thought for a moment. Because he did not know the details of these people, he did not intend to chase after them. He went forward to support the heavily injured person who was on the verge of death. However, before he could open his mouth to ask, the seriously injured man suddenly grabbed his clothes. His fingers clenched tightly as he spoke in a hoarse and urgent voice. "Stop! Stop!" Before he could finish speaking, the wounded man fell down again and fell into a coma, leaving a bloody handprint on Fu Ding's clothes. The two of them stared at each other. "What should we do?" "Sai, use your ability to save him. Since we met, we should at least ask what's going on. I have a feeling that this is not a small matter." As he said that, Fu Ding shook his head helplessly and could not help but mutter to himself. Chapter 9:37. Seeing that this person was seriously injured and on the verge of death, Aurora stretched out her hand and pressed on his body. Dazzling life energy was released from her fingers. Golden light spots floated, looking like soft gauze, and entered this person's body. The next moment, the hideous wounds on this person's body quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The torn flesh closed, the shattered bones stuck together, and the pale face quickly regained its color. Soon, all the wounds were healed. Only the bloodstains on his body proved that he had just been beaten up like a child. Oh, this person's eyebrows trembled and gradually woke up from his coma. "Where am I?" He was confused for a while, but suddenly remembered what happened before he fainted. His face changed drastically, and he stood up abruptly and looked around vigilantly. Where did that group of lunatics go? Fu Ding coughed to attract his attention. "The enemy who attacked you has already run away. We saved you." "Ran away? This is bad. I finally found their trace, but the trail is broken again." This person looked distressed. He then looked at Fu Ding and identified them for a while, and suddenly said, "The people I saw before I fainted were you two." "Yes." Fu Ding pointed at the bloody handprint on his clothes. "You also asked me to stop them." This person patted his head and said helplessly, "I'm sorry, my injuries were too serious. At that time, my consciousness was already blurred. I didn't want to drag you into danger. If I was awake, I would have asked you to run away." As soon as he finished speaking, he finally remembered his injuries. He hurriedly checked his body and was shocked by what he saw. "Hey, where's my wound? Where did that big hole in my chest go?" Aurora raised her eyebrows and copied Han Zhao's expression perfectly. "I healed you. This is my ability." This person hurriedly moved his body and found that not only were his injuries completely healed, his body was also full of vitality, as if he had returned to his peak state. His face was full of shock. It was not that he had never seen a healing ability before, but it was the first time he saw such a powerful healing ability. Looking at the scene around him, at most a few minutes had passed. This healing efficiency was too terrifying. "I found a treasure." This person was overjoyed. He hurriedly took a step forward and wanted to grab Aurora's hand. "Are you interested in joining us?" Fu Ding helplessly stretched his hand out to stop this overly passionate fellow. After a short contact, he realized that this fellow's reaction was a little slow. "You should at least introduce yourself. This is basic courtesy." "Oh, of course, I was too excited and forgot." This person embarrassedly. In his face, he said with a solemn, "I am Raymond. I am a member of the Punisher Alliance. Of the Punisher. Of the Punisher, of the Punisher, of the Punisher. You guys are not from this Star of the Star." Seeing that the two of them did not recognize him, Raymond scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "The Punisher Alliance is a super organization dedicated to protecting the mortals and punishing the evildoers. We are mainly active in this star system." With that said, Fu Ding and Aurora immediately understood. The Punisher Alliance was a civilian super organization in the star system. They were the superheroes that a portion of the galactic residents called them. As the saying went, heroes used their martial prowess to break the law. It was the same in the galactic society. Those who obtained strength would have their thoughts and desires changed. From time to time, wanted criminals would pop up in the various corners of the universe. The main reason was because of the abundance of superpowers, which gave birth to a large number of ambitious villains. At the same time, superheroes were born. Being a superhero was also a profession. Unlike being a mercenary, this profession was extremely tough. Not only did they have to go around rescuing people, but they might not even be paid for their work. There were not many people who were willing to invest their superpowers into this profession. Most of them wanted to use their superpowers to exchange for a better life, more wealth, and more power. Thus, there were very few experts who chose to become superheroes. Under normal circumstances, superheroes were formed by a group of like-minded people. However, there was a benefit to being a superhero. Their reputation far exceeded that of a mercenary. Although there were not many superheroes, the number of superheroes in the universe was not small. Most of them were active in the local area. Thus, the three universal civilizations had established a superhero association a long time ago to make it easier to manage. As long as one registered, they would be able to obtain the title of hero and exercise justice in the designated area without being invited to drink tea. Apart from the salary, the association would also compensate for any losses caused in the process of exercising justice. Simply put, superheroes were like a bunch of vigilantes in the eyes of the civilizations. After hearing that, Fu Ding pondered for a moment and did not say his real name. I'm Fu Ahem, Chun Xing. She's Aurora. Thank you for saving me. Their faces were blurred, and Raymond did not recognize them. Tell me, what exactly is going on? Ferdin nodded. Raymond originally did not want to drag outsiders into this, but Aurora's ability changed his mind. He explained everything in detail. The people who attacked me earlier belong to a cult of zealots. They believe in a certain evil god and call themselves the Bloodhammer cult. They use blood sacrifices to carry out rituals and have committed many crimes in this star system. They are old rivals of our Punisher Alliance. Hearing this, Fuden frowned. He didn't like this barbaric act of using ordinary people as blood sacrifices. The three universal civilizations' territories had good law and order, but it was impossible to prevent all crimes. Occasionally, there would be some criminals that escaped the net. Unless it was a wanted criminal with extremely high combat strength or a very serious case, the universal civilizations would not always do the job themselves. Usually, the local vassal civilizations or mercenaries would deal with the wanted criminals to save on security resources. If the vassal civilizations could not handle the case, the universal civilizations would intervene. The Bloodhammer Church did not use many ordinary people as blood sacrifices, and many of their operations were stopped by the Punisher Alliance. At the same time, they would not go to the dynasty's colonial planets to capture ordinary people as blood sacrifices. Thus, the destruction caused by their actions did not reach the point where the dynasty had to deal with them personally. I coincidentally discovered traces of those lunatics in Inya Hub and was worried that they would conduct a blood sacrifice here. Thus, I secretly followed them and wanted to find out where they were. It was a pity that I was discovered midway. You guys know what happened next. If not for you guys, I would already be dead. Raymond smiled bitterly. I see. Fu Ding sighed. What's your plan now? Don't worry, I have already informed my other companions. They are rushing over to Inya Hub. Before that, I will continue to track down the traces of the Bloodhammer Church. I cannot allow them to harm ordinary people here. Raymond grinned. However, I am not their match alone. You can look for Inya's army and police force. Aurora remained unmoved. I will make a report, but I'm only an ordinary superhero. They will not allow me to join their work. Furthermore, I cannot just sit around and do nothing. Thus, I have to do something myself, Raymond said. I hope that the two of you can help me. I sincerely invite the two of you to join the Punisher Alliance. Fu Ding did not deny it. Many superheroes had the same problem of being lone rangers and Raymond was obviously interested in Aurora's Esper ability. How about this? Let's consider it. After pondering for a while, Phaidon did not make a definite decision. He decided to report it and listen to Han Zhao's opinion. It was not that he wanted to be a busybody, but this was the dynasty's territory, and they were the dynasty's allies. It would not be good for them to ignore a group of fugitives who seemed to want to cause trouble. After all, their identities were still here, and they would try their best to stop them if they could. To the Black Star Army, this was just a small matter. Punisher Alliance? Bloodhammer Church? In the training room, Han Zhao opened his eyes and looked at the projections of Fu Ding and Aurora with a weird expression. He was originally training his energy, and he had just received a call from Fu Ding and Aurora. Han Zhao searched for information in his previous life and had some impression of these two organizations. The Punisher Alliance was a minor faction, and it did not affect one's identity after joining it. In his previous life, there were some players who joined the Punisher Alliance to enjoy themselves as superheroes. During that period, the Bloodhammer Church had already disappeared, and the players came into contact with the storyline of the Bloodhammer Church through the dungeon crystals that were dropped by the faction. In his previous life, when he was training his Smuff account, he had played the Bloodhammer Church dungeon many times. The priests in the dungeon used the evil god blood sacrifice as a means of healing. Their battle hammers were swinging vigorously, and they were able to attack, tank, and heal at the same time. This left a deep impression on him. In front of the Bloodhammer Church, the priests who only knew how to heal were all little brothers. The correct style of a priest should be to destroy the mortal world with a war hammer. In his previous life, the Punisher Alliance had a side storyline where they defeated many villains and collected many spoils of war. One of the spoils was a relic left behind by a powerful super, and a powerful secondary dimensional life form was sealed within it. Many years later, this life form broke the seal and caused the Punisher Alliance to suffer heavy casualties. Han Zhao clearly remembered that it was because the mission reward for killing the unique boss of this sealed creature was two talents. One was to increase his mental resistance, and the other was to increase his magic resistance. Both were quite significant. The relic itself was also very valuable, as it could greatly increase a psychic's ability. Looking at Fu Ding's clueless expression, Han Zhao had a complicated expression. Are you able to pick up money every time you go out? I had a rush to catch a flight today. I woke up in the morning and only arrived in the afternoon. I had a child sitting next to me, and it was so noisy that I couldn't sleep. In the middle of the flight, I even got carsick. I was really tired. Originally, I was supposed to add another plot to increase the progress, but my eyes were so blurry that I couldn't even open them. I was really too tired to write, so I had to write less today. Brothers, please forgive me. P.S. I actually didn't get last place in the Breaking Update event. I heard that I was in 4th place. I was shocked. The elderly team really has the characteristics of an elderly person. Oh, /poster, share. Chapter 9:38. With a main character around, there will always be unexpected situations. I just want to train my energy quietly. Why is it so difficult? Han Zhao sighed helplessly and waved his hands. Since there are people stirring up trouble within the Empire's borders, then you should stop them while you're at it. I'll leave you in charge of this matter. If you run into any trouble, you can mobilize my Black Star Guards. Also, I'll give you another mission. You and Aurora will hide your identities and infiltrate that Punisher Boy group. Help me find the whereabouts of an item. The level of the Bloodhammer Church and the Punisher Alliance was too low compared to him. If it was any other time, Han Zhao would be willing to interfere personally. However, he wanted to focus on upgrading his energy training technique and was not interested in such low-level matters. Thus, he decided to get Fu Ding to help him find out if a sealed artifact was in the hands of the Punisher Alliance. At that time, he would be able to kill the boss with a single shot and obtain the talent easily. Han Zhao was quite assured to leave this kind of search mission to someone like Phaidon, even more so than relying on himself. All right then. Fu Ding tilted his head. As for hiding our identities, I will get Philip to create 2 fake resumes for you guys. There won't be any loopholes, and it will be enough to gain their trust. Han Xiao pondered and said, "Since you guys want to hide your identities, don't be too out of line. Just cooperate with Raymond and don't be too proactive." "This all right." Fu Ding hesitated for a moment before saying, "Actually, I would like to ask for your help to use the virtual technology to find the whereabouts of the Bloodhammer Church." Han Xiao shook his head and said, "There are no clues. If I want to investigate, I can only hack into the main AI of EnyaHub and filter through all the records. I can even control the quantum network of EnyaHub and monitor all the information in the area. This is a huge project. After all, this planet is the territory of another beyond grade A ally, and they have their own police force. There is no need for me to interfere. Didn't I say earlier that don't be too out of line? It won't be good if Raymond becomes suspicious." Monitoring an entire planet and selecting targets from countless citizens required a huge amount of computing power. Although he could do it, it was quite tedious. The Bloodhammer Church's level was too low, and Han Xiao did not want to waste his energy on them. EnyaHub's police force also used similar methods to investigate suspicious people, so it was fine to let them handle it. As an outsider, there was no need for him to waste his energy. "I understand." Fu Ding thought about it and agreed. Asking a beyond grade A to do such a small thing felt like making a mountain out of a molehill. As a member of the Black Star Guards, it did not make sense for him to ask his superior for help. Raymond and the rest were only grade B supers, and a calamity grade like him was more than enough to deal with them. If not, he still had Hardaway and the rest. If they didn't do anything, the Black Star Guards would really become lazy fishermen. After turning off the communicator, Fu Ding explained the situation to Aurora. Aurora's eyes immediately lit up. "You want us to handle it ourselves? That's great. We finally have something to do." Fu Ding smiled and contacted Raymond. According to Han Zhao's instructions, he accepted his invitation and was willing to join the Punisher Alliance. Hearing that, Raymond was overjoyed. "Great. I welcome you guys on behalf of the Punisher Alliance. I will immediately inform the others to arrange for you guys to join." Seeing that Raymond was about to hang up the call, Fighting could only stop him with a sigh. "There are procedures to join, right? Did you forget?" Right. Raymond slapped his head and immediately got to work. "I'm too excited. You have to fill in an application form to join. I will send it to you guys immediately." Fu Ding shook his head and received the application form from Raymond. He opened it and scanned through it. He only had to fill in a name, ability, grade, and other information. He filled in the fake identity that Philip had created and changed it to grade B. If others knew that he was a calamity grade super, his status would be completely different, and it would not be easy for him to enter the organization. While the ratio of calamity grade supers in the Central Galaxy was much higher, he was still a high-level combatant. After filling in the form, he sent it to Raymond, who immediately sent it to all the members of the Punisher Alliance. At the same time, a small spaceship was moving at high speed toward EnyaHub 2 star zones away. There was the symbol of an organization on the exterior of the spaceship, representing the Punisher Alliance. A group of people were in the spaceship, either sitting or standing. Some were wiping their blades, some were maintaining their guns, some were resting with their eyes closed, and some were watching entertainment programs. They were all superheroes of the Punisher Alliance. They did not have a leader, and everyone was an equal partner who fought side by side. They all had their own roles and social circles. There were a few leaders in name, and they were all old members of the organization with high prestige. Such an organization structure was very common. Just as they were doing their own things, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in the middle of the room, and a message from Raymond appeared. "Raymond has sent a message." Everyone paused and looked at the screen. The temporary captain of this team stepped forward to read the message. Raymond had described his experience and emphasized Aurora's ability, expressing his hope of letting the two of them join the organization. It's actually a rare healing Esper ability. The captain's face lit up, and he immediately realized the value. It was extremely difficult for a superhero organization like theirs to recruit new members. If they had such a partner in the past, they would have been able to receive timely treatment, and many of them would not have died. Is there any problem with their records? I've checked, and it's all real, a mechanic superhero said. Then, you can rest assured. I agreed to let the two of them join us. Wait a moment. At this moment, a skinny man spoke up. Be careful. This is a scheme of the Bloodhammer Church. Perhaps they're trying to infiltrate our ranks. Don't forget that they also have an evil healing ability. Ask Raymond if he saw anyone healing him. Slade, you're thinking too much. Although Raymond is a little rash, he is still quite reliable. The captain frowned. I believe in Raymond, but I don't believe in such a coincidence. The skinny man's tone was cold. His name was Slade, and he was also an old member of the Punisher Alliance. He was extremely cautious and believed that time would reveal a person's heart. No newcomer would be able to obtain his trust. The captain knew that he could not convince him, so he shook his head and changed the topic. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's hurry. Unraveling the Bloodhammer Church's scheme is more important. That's right. Everyone's face turned cold. However, these people did not know that they had only seen the tip of the iceberg. The situation behind the scenes was not as simple as they had thought. A scheme was brewing in the shadows that no one knew about. In a certain area of Inya Hub, the temporary base of the Bloodhammer Church, the few priests who had attacked Raymond returned to the base, and they immediately attracted the attention of the other members in the base. In the room, a tall man stood up. His attire was even more extravagant, and he held an even larger warhammer. This person was the Archbishop of the Bloodhammer Church, and his gaze was filled with hostility. There's the smell of blood. Did you guys meet an enemy? It's someone from the Punisher Alliance. He followed us, and we used a barrier to get rid of him. It's a pity that he broke through the barrier and escaped. It's this bunch of people again. They have ruined so many of our missions, and we really can't get rid of them. The Archbishop of the Bloodhammer Church was enraged, and he hated this bunch of old enemies. Raymond thought that the Bloodhammer Church was here for sacrifice, but that was not the case. If it was a normal blood sacrifice, it would be fine. However, this was an important mission that concerned the future of the Bloodhammer Church. Hence, the Archbishop was even more enraged. We can't stay in this base anymore. We have to move immediately. The Archbishop's face was ashen. There cannot be any mistakes in this mission. Pack up immediately. Hearing this, everyone in the stronghold moved to pack up the things in the room. The Archbishop of the Bloodhammer Church walked to a conference table and looked at the paper map on the table. The map depicted the terrain of an important area in Inya Hub, and there was a detailed operation plan on it. All the arrows pointed to the core of the area. This place was where the evolutionary totem was stored in Inya Hub. About 10 streets away from the Bloodhammer Church, there was a secret base of another organization. In the room, a few people were gathered around a table, and on the table was another blueprint of the location of the evolutionary totem. This group of people was a famous bandit group in the black market, and they specialized in stealing important items for their employers. This time, they had also been hired to work in Inya Hub. This time, we're going to steal the evolutionary totem in Inya Hub. This toy is placed under heavy protection, and the mission is extremely difficult. It's not far from the date of the mission. Do you guys have any good ideas? The previous few times, I obtained sufficient information. There are anti-theft and surveillance devices there, and they are all very advanced. I have a rough plan, but it needs to be perfected. With just us alone, we won't be able to steal anything. If we have helpers like our employers said, we will have a chance. The few of them lowered their voices and discussed their plan. Inya Hub, Spaceport Number 1, Main Hall. People were coming and going in the hall. All the passengers entering and exiting the port had to pass through this place. In a leisure beverage shop near the entrance, an ordinary-looking woman was reading a paper book. On the table in front of her was a half-empty bottle of light blue sparkling drink. She had been sitting there for quite some time, as though she was waiting for someone. Right at this moment, a commotion could be heard from the entrance of the dock, and a group of bodyguards escorted a young man into the hall. Two of the bodyguards were different from the rest. They did not conceal their auras and emitted calamity-grade energy fluctuations. They sandwiched the young man in the middle, and it was obvious that this young man had some background. Upon seeing this, the passers-by in front of them quickly made way. Watching this team leave the hall, The ordinary-looking woman paid for the drink, stood up, and walked out of the spaceport with a book under her arm, heading in the opposite direction of the team. After walking for more than 10 blocks, the crowd became less dense. She walked into the shadow of a building, but the next moment, a burly man walked out, and the book in his hand was gone. This person had an Esper ability and changed his appearance many times along the way. Finally, he took a vehicle to another city, walked into the hotel, and returned to his room. There were 3 other people in the room, all of different species. If someone familiar with the wanted posters of the various star fields was here, they would recognize that these 3 people were once extremely evil calamity-grade fugitives who later became members of the fallen Arkansas. After Han Shao captured ES God, they all left the fallen Ark and disappeared without a trace. After closing the door, the person in disguise nodded and said with a deep voice, "The information is correct. The target is here. He has 2 calamity-grade bodyguards by his side. They are the 2 people in the intelligence report." "Very good. Act according to the plan." Thick killing intent flashed in the eyes of one of them. Red Empire Mother Planet, Trunamir Palace, Ruler's Government Building, High-Level Meeting Room. At this moment, a meeting regarding the Red Empire's current situation was coming to an end. Ever since the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church officially started their suppression plan, the Red Empire had been targeted and blocked in many areas and was under immense pressure. The Empire had invested a large amount of resources into the flickering world, and it was inevitable that there would be loopholes in other areas, allowing the other 2 parties to take advantage of them. Because of the bad situation, reports like this were often held during this period of time. The Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church are targeting us in these areas, creating pressure on us in many ways. Their goal is obvious, which is to make us sell the evolutionary totems publicly. What do you all think? Urinril, who was sitting on the main seat, said with a serious tone as she looked around. Some of the upper echelons below nodded, while others were expressionless. The only thing they had in common was that they did not speak. These people were not all from the ruler's faction, and some of them were important members of other factions. Urinril valued the opinions of these people more. Urinril looked at a senior official on the left and said with a deep voice, "Ludwell, what do you think?" Ludwell was a senior official in charge of the economic field, and his position was extremely high. At the same time, he was the leader of the neutral faction, and his position was extraordinary. Hearing Urinril's question, he slowly said, "Your Excellency, whether we release the evolutionary totems or not, there are pros and cons to it. Tell me what you think." "All right." Ludwell nodded and said, "The benefit of not releasing the right to purchase the evolutionary totems is to increase our political vassals and gain more allies. Furthermore, from a long-term perspective, we can optimize the potential of our species and give birth to more talents in the future, slowly surpassing the other civilizations. The disadvantage is that we will be targeted by the other 2 civilizations. The benefit of releasing the right to purchase the evolutionary totems is to reduce the pressure and consolidate the ruling position of the 3 universal civilizations. We can also obtain new political benefits by limiting the number of evolutionary totems. But the disadvantage is that we will give up our long-term potential and will not be able to enjoy the benefits of the evolutionary totems alone. We will lose an opportunity to surpass others in terms of talent." At this moment, Ludwell suddenly changed the topic and raised a finger. "However, there's an unavoidable problem with releasing the right to purchase the evolutionary totems, which is that the equipment used to create the totems is not controlled by us. This is an unstable factor. We are under so much pressure now, and most of the benefits brought by the evolutionary totems will be given to Black Star. This is not a good thing. If we want to release the right to purchase the evolutionary totems, we have to consider this problem. If we cannot obtain all the benefits brought by the evolutionary totems, we will suffer a loss. I understand your opinion." Urinril raised her hand and did not comment. Seeing this, Ludwell knew that Urinril did not want him to continue speaking, so he did not have any objections and kept his mouth shut. Seeing this, Urinril felt a little helpless. Ludwell was the leader of the faction, but he did not go against her orders. It was just that he had different political views in some areas, and the ownership of the Evolution Cube was one of them. Ludwell was a firm supporter of the Handover faction. He was a high-ranking official in the economic field, and his thoughts were mostly based on economic and political benefits. He did not lean toward the military. He was dissatisfied with the fact that the dynasty could not obtain all the benefits of the Evolution Cube despite being suppressed by the other two civilizations. He had always been in favor of retrieving Black Star's Evolution Cube, and whether it was through the use of resources or coercion, he had to let the dynasty control this universal treasure. Unravel valued Black Star and did not have the same political views as him. It was because of her, the ruler, that this staunch supporter of the Handover faction did not stir up trouble. Let's end the meeting for today. Unravel shook her head. The remote projections in the conference room disappeared one after another. Ludwell nodded and turned off the remote communication. His gaze returned to his office, and he sighed. He rubbed his eyes, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were rather deep. Duo, duo, duo. At this moment, the internal line on the table rang. Ludwell immediately picked it up, and the voice of his secretary could be heard. Your Excellency, your grandson is calling. Do you need me to transfer the call? This brat, how many times have I told him not to call the internal line of my office? Ludwell frowned. Connect him. The secretary nodded, and after a while, the voice of a young man sounded in the channel. Grandpa, I've already arrived at Inyahub. I'm telling you in advance. Don't send people to look for me like last time, causing my company to think that I've gone missing. Oomph. Ludwell snorted from his nostrils, feeling a little embarrassed. By the way, you said that you wanted to eat Inya's specialty snacks. I'll bring some back for you this time. That's more like it. Ludwell's tensed expression finally relaxed. Be careful. The world is not peaceful, and there have been many attacks in the dynasty. Humph. They're all after the evolutionary totem. The two bodyguards that I sent over are by your side, right? These two grandpas are looking at me like they're looking at a criminal, and they even want to follow me to the toilet. Grandpa, please take them back. With them by my side, others will think that I'm the superior. Even my boss does not dare to scold me. If this goes on, I'm afraid they'll be fired one day. That won't do. You're my only grandson, and safety is first. I can only be at ease with them by your side. Ludwell's tone was solemn. After pausing for a while, he realized that his tone was not good. Thus, he relaxed his tone and sighed. Sigh, just take care of yourself. Also, you're not an official of the dynasty, so stop calling the internal line. Not long ago, someone from the Internal Affairs Department complained to me about this matter. All right. I'll hang up now. After hanging up, Ludwell let out a sigh and revealed a benevolent smile. Chapter 9:39. Over the next few days, Fu Ding and Aurora cooperated with Raymond to search for traces of the Bloodhammer Church in the various cities of Inyahub. This matter had already been reported to the police force, and after some questioning, they promised to investigate the traces of suspicious individuals before sending them out. Clearly, they had no intention of getting the superheroes to help. While the status of superheroes in the universe had already been legalized, the police force did not like to work with superheroes. After all, they were not ordinary people. Most superheroes were only grade B supers, and there were plenty of grade B supers who worked for the various civilizations. Those superheroes with fancy nicknames might not necessarily be a match for ordinary officers in a real fight, so most of the time, there was no need for the so-called superheroes to help. Raymond insisted on searching for traces of the Bloodhammer Church, and Fu Ding remembered the mission that Han Xiao had given him. He stayed in the stronghold that Raymond had rented and hid his strength to help. After a few days, the three of them still did not find any traces of the Bloodhammer Church, but the reinforcements of the Punisher Alliance arrived. You guys are finally here. In the stronghold, Raymond was overjoyed and welcomed the reinforcements. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he introduced his companions to Fidin and the others. Everyone looked at Fidin and Aurora. Most of them had a friendly expression and nodded in greeting. However, a small portion of them were expressionless and did not do anything. These two are Chun-Xing and Euler. They are both grade B supers, especially Euler. Her healing Esper ability is just too amazing. Hello, I am Chun-Xing. Fu Ding smiled and greeted everyone. He did not have the arrogance of a calamity grade super, and his temperament was extremely amiable. It would have been fine if he did not smile, but the moment he smiled, many of the people present felt their hearts race. Fu Ding's charm was irrespective of race and gender, and his every move unconsciously exuded a special attraction. If he still smiled, it would really kill people. Even if he wore a disguised face, it could not hide his volcanic eruption of charm. This new comrade's temperament is really good. Many people muttered and looked at each other. Amo, Aurora. Aurora was not used to her fake name. Everyone looked over, and their gazes immediately became much more fervent. Who wouldn't like a companion with healing abilities? Who knew when they would need his help? Just as he was about to step forward and make new friends, a discordant voice rang out from the crowd. I would like to ask, why did you join the Punisher Alliance? Everyone looked at the source of the voice with a helpless expression. The one who spoke was Selly, who was very cautious. Because he invited us. Aurora shrugged and pointed at Raymond. You guys are also grade B supers. Don't you think it's strange that you joined us just because of a simple invitation? You haven't even heard of the name of the Punisher Alliance before, and you just changed your mind on the spot? Oh, I'd rather believe that you've been premeditated. Selly's tone was cold. Everything was too coincidental. He couldn't help but doubt. Fu Ding smiled and did not argue. Everyone was worried that he would be dissatisfied, so they hurriedly came up to dissuade him. Just now, Fu Ding gave them a good first impression, so they could not help but speak up for him. He's so handsome, so he's obviously a good person. Selly's eyes twitched, and he barely managed to resist Fu Ding's charm halo. He walked past Fu Ding and stared at Fu Ding. I will keep an eye on you. If you have any other intentions, don't blame me for being impolite. Then, he walked away with large strides. Because of Selly's actions, the atmosphere became a little awkward. At this moment, Raymond walked up and patted Fu Ding's shoulder. Don't bother about him. He's always been like that. When I first joined, I was also targeted by him. It's fine. Fu Ding smiled. Seeing this, the others also came up to chat. Fu Ding dealt with them with ease and quickly blended into the group. It was not difficult for him at all. After resting for half a day, the captain of this temporary hero team gathered everyone and gave them a mission to search for the Bloodhammer Church. The Punisher Alliance did not have many people, so only a few people were in charge of a large area and slowly searched for clues. Fu Ding and Aurora naturally stayed together and followed Raymond. With the addition of a pugilist hero, the four of them were in a small group and searched for a rather bustling city in Hub. The artificial sun gradually set, and the blood-red sunset dyed the sky red. As the sun slowly retreated to the horizon, night slowly covered the sky, and the bright lights of Hub gradually lit up. Hub only woke up at night, showing the other side of this galactic metropolis. It was as though a traveler carrying a suitcase had turned into a sexy lady with heavy makeup and seductive eyes. The night was the curtain of the entertainment field. There were travelers and goods from various star systems here, and countless people were indulging in a life of luxury. When dawn arrived, they would continue on their journey. The crowd on the streets was denser than during the day. The crowd was surging, and the air was filled with an impetuous and joyful atmosphere. It was like alcohol mixed with freshly squeezed fruit juice. It was choking, but it had a fresh and sweet taste. Fu Ding's group of four walked on the streets and looked around. Raymond pushed a drunk bugman away and said in a low voice, "The Bloodhammer Church usually performs blood rituals. Everyone, pay attention and don't ignore the smell of blood. Pay more attention to the more secluded areas." Fu Ding did not reply. After walking for a while, Aurora suddenly tugged on Fu Ding's sleeve and pointed to the sky. "There's a calamity grade life signal." Fu Ding raised his head and saw a flying vehicle flying over from afar. It stopped at the top of a tall building, and a group of bodyguards surrounded a young man. Two of the bodyguards were emitting the aura of a calamity grade. The passers-by also noticed this aura and looked over. Raymond glanced over and muttered, "That seems to be an important figure." The pugilist beside him shook his head and said, "In any case, we won't be able to come into contact with such a figure. Don't look. It has nothing to do with us." "That's true." Ignoring the two beside him, Phidon realized that the two Calamity Gray bodyguards looked a little familiar, as though he had seen their pictures somewhere before. He had always trusted his instincts, and seeing that the two of them were talking to each other and not paying attention to him, he took out his communicator and sent the image he had just seen into the communicator through his memory. "Philip, find out who these people are." "Okay, hum." Comparing with database. Comparison complete. Match found. The large artificial intelligence database of the Black Star Corps was also open to ordinary people, and most of them were subprograms of Philip. As someone who had followed Han Xiao for a long time, Fu Ding had the authority to enjoy the functions of Philip's main artificial intelligence. Compared to ordinary members, the difference was about 3G and 5G. Lowering his head to take a look, Fu Ding's eyes flickered. Philip's database contained the information of all the officials and officers of the Red Empire, and he discovered that the two Calamity Gray bodyguards were supers of the Red Empire. As for the young man who was being escorted, there was no detailed information about him. It was obvious that there was some unknown power protecting him. Those who had such treatment were usually the relatives of the upper echelons of the Red Empire. He should be the descendant of one of the dynasty's upper echelons. Phidon nodded, not caring. However, at this moment, Aurora, who was close by, sent him a message. "I've sensed that there are 4 more Calamity-grade supers hiding in different locations nearby." Aurora's life force detection was a convenient method to find people. If it wasn't for a spatial isolation ability like a boundary magic, normal concealment and disguise would be useless in front of Aurora. She could easily sense the life force of others and judge the other party's combat strength. Fu Ding's footsteps paused, and he looked at the location that Aurora had marked out. He realized that the 4 unknown Calamity-grade supers had surrounded the area. He did not know if they were protecting the descendant of the dynasty's upper echelon or if they had other motives. It has nothing to do with us. Don't bother about it first." Although Phidon said this, he kept a lookout in his heart. He had a bad feeling that something was going to happen tonight. After searching for a while, the few of them walked out of the busiest area, and Raymond suddenly received a message from his comrade. "Come over quickly. We have already found the Bloodhammer Church." His comrade sounded anxious, and there were sounds of battle in the background. "Where are you guys? Have you already started fighting with the Bloodhammer Church?" Raymond asked anxiously. "No, it's not us." His comrade's tone suddenly became strange, and he could not understand what was going on. "It's not us who found the Bloodhammer Church, but them. They are actually attacking the restricted military zone." "What?" The few of them were stunned. In their impression, the Bloodhammer Church was a bunch of fanatics who secretly captured people as blood sacrifices. Why would they attack a restricted military zone? All of a sudden, they had a bad premonition. Right at this moment, they realized that the ground beneath their feet seemed to be trembling. Boom! A burst of dazzling light came from the distance, and dazzling pillars of light rose from several districts in the distance. The flames lit up the night sky, and it was incomparably eye-catching. The shockwave swept over like a hurricane. Even though they were in the same area, they were still affected by the shockwave, and their hair danced wildly in the wind. As the flames rose into the sky, countless passers-by were stunned, and they turned around to look at the location of the explosion. "Something's wrong." Fu Ding frowned. This was Enya Hub, which was heavily guarded. Such a huge commotion could not have been caused by a second-rate organization like the Bloodhammer Church. I was misled by Raymond's guess. The Bloodhammer Church might not be the only one causing trouble in Enya Hub. They might have bigger plans. The moment this thought flashed through his mind, an ear-piercing alarm sounded throughout the city, and battleships were activated one after another, heading toward the explosion zone. The next second, the passers-by were thrown into chaos. Bang! The warhammer slashed through the air and smashed the head of one of the supers guarding Enya Hub, causing blood to spurt everywhere. The Bloodhammer Bishop led a large group of Bloodhammer priests to a corner of the restricted military zone, exchanging fire with the soldiers stationed there. The supers were killing each other, and the defense turrets and mechanical vehicles in the surroundings fired crazily at the members of the Bloodhammer Church. Beams of dark energy bombarded the magic shields of the Bloodhammer priests, and the Bloodhammer priests were constantly annihilated, not even leaving behind dust. In this battlefield, the Bloodhammer Bishop was unstoppable and displayed the strength of a calamity grade. He charged left and right, and anything that stood in his way was destroyed with a single swing of his warhammer. The high-level combatants of Enya Hub would not be stationed at all times, and reinforcements were still on the way. Bishop Bloodhammer held his hammer with both hands and slammed it on the ground. Strange red magic runes lit up on the hammer and his body. The blood on the ground seemed to evaporate, turning into a large cloud of blood mist. It condensed in the air and formed a huge figure. Only the upper half of the body was strange. A violent energy seemed to be transmitted from the void and lodged in this cloud of red mist. The next moment, two sun-like balls of light lit up on the face of the ball of red mist, as though they were eyes. A certain consciousness had descended. Violent magic energy surged out of its body, and bright red magic arrows shot out from its body, attacking indiscriminately on the battlefield. If the arrows hit the Bloodhammer priests, the Bloodhammer priests would turn red as though they had been given a buff. Not only would their injuries heal, but their combat strength would also increase. If the arrows hit the enemies, small snakes would appear under the skin of the enemies, and the blood in their bodies would flow backward. This figure was the god of the Bloodhammer Church, a high-dimension magic entity. It had descended temporarily through a special method and had the strength of a calamity grade. Together with the Bloodhammer Bishop himself, this battlefield was equivalent to being attacked by 2 calamity grades. In the other directions of this restricted military zone, intense explosions also occurred. The Bloodhammer Church was not the only organization attacking the restricted military zone. This was a premeditated cooperation. The tallest building in the center of Enya Hub was the property of the protector of this place. The person guarding this place was a senior calamity grade super under the command of a beyond grade named Jabra. Seeing the flames in the city from the window, Jabra threw away the female creature in his hands and stood in front of the window, looking at the area of the explosion with a frown. "Your Excellency Jabra, there's an emergency." The deputy's remote projection appeared in the room, and he did not even look at the trembling woman wrapped in the blanket beside him. With a hurried tone, he quickly explained the situation. Someone attacked the military zone where the evolutionary totem is located. You dare to steal from my territory? You're courting death. Jabra's face was filled with killing intent, and he casually put on his pants. Following which, he kicked the window and jumped into the night sky. His entire body ignited with a blazing gray, pugilist flame, and he turned into a meteor that tore through the night sky, falling toward the battlefield. At the same time, in the city where Fidin and the others were, a calamity grade, wanted criminal hiding in the dark saw the gray meteor in the sky. He pressed his short-range earpiece and whispered, "That's right. Jabra has already been lured away, and the other calamity grade supers are also rushing to the battlefield. The organizations over there will delay these calamity grade supers, and when the chaos engulfs the entire city, we can take action. Remember, we have to end the battle quickly and pretend that it was an accident." At the same time, in another part of Enya Hub that was not affected by the explosion, 2 ordinary-looking men stood on the top floor of a tall building and looked down at the chaos and flames. One of them was the one who had been monitoring the spaceport a few days ago. "The operation has begun. Thank you for proving that I'm not blind. I wonder how many of these gray forces hired by the black market will survive tonight." Even if they survive the night, they'll be eliminated sooner or later. They'll either be killed by us or judged by the dynasty. The garrison troops have already rushed over to protect the evolutionary totem. Do they really think that they spent so much effort just for a mere evolutionary totem. Thankfully, this is not a colonial planet of the dynasty. If not, they would not have been able to smuggle in all sorts of prohibited weapons. The other teams will have enough time to spread the chaos throughout the city. The more places they blow up, the better. The person guarding this planet is the right-hand man of a beyond grade A super. This chaos will probably be suppressed before the sun rises. Humph, spending so many resources in exchange for a night of chaos. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if these gray organizations die. As long as the other team kills the target, it will be enough. Only then will we be able to report to the team leader. It's really dangerous to be assigned such a mission. TSK, I'm really envious of the other teams. The fierce wind cut their conversation into pieces. Chapter 940. Flames soared into the sky, and chaos spread throughout Enyahub. A series of explosions occurred in different regions, and it was as though someone had detonated a high-energy bomb. After receiving the message from his comrades, Raymond rushed over to meet up with them. Fu Ding and Aurora could only follow along, and he secretly informed the other Black Star guards along the way. Because he had to infiltrate the Punisher Alliance, it was not convenient for him to make a move, and the Black Star guards were the best helpers. The current situation had already exceeded their initial expectations, and in order to stop this sudden storm, the Black Star Corps could not stand by and do nothing. When they arrived at the military-restricted zone, it had become a chaotic battlefield. Garrison battleships gathered from all directions. Worried about the damage to the city caused by the aftermath, they could only use planetary weapons to attack the enemies on the ground. Enya's guardian, Jabra, led a group of subordinates to fight against the Gray organizations. He also had Calamity-grade supers by his side, and there were already 7 to 8 Calamity-grade supers fighting in the area. The shockwaves caused by the battle caused the entire area to change beyond recognition. The garrison quickly activated the protective shield of the city to prevent the shockwaves from spreading to other areas. The members of the Punisher Alliance were unable to interfere in a battle between Calamity-grade supers, and they could only help deal with the Gray organizations. The battle was also extremely intense. Quick, go and help. The moment he arrived, Raymond joined the battle without hesitation. Seeing this, Phaidon protected Aurora and only displayed the strength of a grade B. He was able to deal with the minions with ease. As he fought, he diverted his attention to consider the situation. I never expected that things would develop in such a manner. There must be an unknown power behind these Gray organizations for them to join forces to snatch the evolutionary totem. Fu Ding frowned and thought to himself, instead of spending so much effort to snatch the evolutionary totem from the dynasty, they might as well snatch the allied civilizations of the other star fields. They shouldn't be taking such a huge risk just for the evolutionary totem. Just as he was thinking, another round of explosions occurred in the various regions. Clearly, there were still enemies in the dark, causing chaos everywhere. Jabra dodged the heavy hammer of the Bloodhammer Bishop and turned around to look at the chaotic scene in the distance. He was instantly enraged and roared, "Send some people to maintain law and order. Get rid of those bastards who are causing explosions everywhere." After the order was given, a portion of the warships dispersed and headed to various districts to maintain order. Rumble. At this time, a huge explosion occurred in a distant city. A tall building collapsed, and the shockwave shattered the streets. Another unknown Calamity-grade aura appeared. There are more enemies? Jabra glanced at them angrily, thinking that they were reinforcements. However, the Calamity-grade in the distance had no intention of approaching. Instead, he started fighting with someone. What's the situation? Jabra was puzzled, but he could not leave. From his point of view, the enemy's target was the evolutionary totem. If he left, the enemy would break through the defense line and snatch the evolutionary totem. He could not leave his post. After thinking about it, Jabra could only temporarily ignore the unknown situation in the distance and quickly get rid of this group of Calamity-grade supers in front of him. Only then would he have time to deal with the situation in the distance. Fu Ding had also sensed the shockwaves in the distance. When he turned around to take a look, his pupils shrank. If he did not remember wrongly, that seemed to be the direction he had come from. In an instant, Fu Ding thought of the group of calamity-grade supers that he had discovered. Just based on his intuition, he could guess that they were fighting with the bodyguards of the dynasty's high officials. This seems to be the same scheme. Fu Ding had a flash of inspiration. At the same time, an intense battle was going on in another city. The calamity-grade supers did not hold back at all, and the shockwaves from the collision caused a large number of tall buildings to collapse. The two parties involved in the battle were the 4 calamity-grade supers and the 2 bodyguards of Ludwell's grandson. 4 against 2, the ordinary bodyguards of Ludwell's grandson were all dead. Only the 2 calamity-grade supers were left, and they were bitterly enduring the attacks of the 4 calamity-grade supers. Who is it that wants to attack me? Ludwell's grandson's face was filled with panic. Although he was the son of a high official, he had chosen not to develop in the dynasty's political circle. Instead, he had chosen to become a businessman. He had never imagined that he would receive such treatment one day. At this moment, he was protected within a temporary energy shield and was unable to move. Outside the shield, there were shockwaves that were enough to crush him. He would lose his life the moment he stepped out. His 2 bodyguards were high-level combatants nurtured by the dynasty and were loyal to their duty. Although they knew that they were at a disadvantage, they gritted their teeth and resisted the attacks of the 4. Bang! All of a sudden, one of the bodyguards suffered a heavy blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying through more than 10 tall buildings and flew far away. The remaining bodyguard suffered from the focus fire, and his injuries rapidly worsened. After all, they were not elite calamity-grade supers like Jabra, and this group of calamity-grade supers was not simple either. With a single opening, the arm of this bodyguard was chopped off by one of the calamity-grade supers, and fresh blood spurted out. This person's face turned pale, but he only let out a groan. He gritted his teeth and wanted to retaliate, but his resolute personality did not increase his combat strength. His body suffered continuous attacks, and blood spurted out from his body as he moved through the air. His face turned paler, and his aura rapidly declined. The 2 bodyguards were heavily injured, and Ludwell's grandson had lost the protection of his experts. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, exposed to the sharp claws of the 4 enemies. Kill him. The 4 of them were overjoyed and were about to work together to kill their target. However, the next moment, a change occurred. Beams of light suddenly descended from the sky and headed toward them. The word danger seemed to appear above the heads of the calamity-grade supers, and they hurriedly scattered in all directions. Rumble! The beams of light landed in front of them, and the ground shattered. The soil was instantly crystallized by the high temperature. Following the explosions, a few figures descended, and their bodies emitted powerful calamity-grade energy waves as they blocked in front of the 4 calamity-grade supers. Who are you people? One of them immediately felt that something was amiss. This group of calamity-grade supers that had suddenly appeared were not from the intelligence reports and were not the guards of Enya Hub. Furthermore, the pressure that they gave off was far greater than the 2 bodyguards they had just faced. They were definitely at the upper echelons of the calamity-grade supers. We are the Black Star Guards of the Black Star Corps. Who are you people? How dare you cause trouble in the dynasty's territory? Hardaway looked at the group of calamity-grade supers coldly. The few calamity-grade supers were stunned, and their expressions changed drastically. Black Star Corps? When did they come to Enya Hub? Why didn't we receive any news at all? *T, we've bumped into a gun this time. The few of them felt bitter. If they had known that the Black Star Corps was here, they would not have dared to participate in this plan. Damn it, we actually bumped into them. Damn it, we're really bloody unlucky. There are actually reinforcements. On the other hand, the 2 heavily injured bodyguards were overjoyed and heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, His Excellency Black Star was in Enya Hub. If not, the outcome would have been disastrous. The moment the name of the Black Star Corps was announced, the 4 calamity-grade supers wanted to retreat and give up on the mission. However, Hardaway would not give them any time to think. He charged forward with the Black Star Guards, and the 2 sides instantly engaged in a fierce battle. On the other side, the battle in the military region had already reached its climax. Countless people were blasted into dust, and one Calamity-grade supers even had his head crushed by Jabra. However, although the troops in Inyahub had the upper hand, Jabra would not be able to deal with all the enemies in a short time. The chaos in Inyahub would not be quelled in a short time. The members of the Punisher Alliance were helping out in one of the battlefields. After an intense battle, many of them had suffered varying degrees of injuries. At this time, they finally experienced the healing ability of Aurora. No matter how severe their injuries were, they would be able to recover in a single breath. Everyone was instantly energized, and without any worries, they started to attack ferociously without fear of death. Even Slade, who was wary of the two of them, felt really good at this time. When he was receiving treatment, he kept a straight face and was too embarrassed to say thank you. Aurora's Esper ability had grown for such a long time, and the recovery speed of her life force was much faster than before. The small amount of life force consumed to heal a Grade B super was not even comparable to her own recovery speed. While the battle was going on, the projection of an adjutant suddenly appeared beside Jabra. He was sweating profusely and said in panic, "Your Excellency Jabra, the evolutionary totem is gone." "What?" Jabra was shocked, and he roared in anger, "How did you lose it? Find it for me." At this moment, how could he not understand that the enemy was using a diversion tactic to lure the tiger away from the mountain? The attack from the outside was just a feint, and there were still thieves secretly sneaking in to steal the evolutionary totem while the garrison was being held back by this group of gray organizations. The evolutionary totem was stored in a heavily guarded place. But the reason galactic thieves had a business was because they could sneak into places where ordinary people could not enter and steal precious items. With the situation developing to this point, even with Jabra's arrogance, he could not help but be surprised by the number of forces the enemy had mobilized. He was curious as to who had organized this scheme, spending so much effort just for a single totem. Jabra did not think that was the case. Protecting the totem was his responsibility, and he did not place much importance on the totem itself. After all, they were also allies of the dynasty and could purchase a new totem from the Black Star Corps at any time. While he was thinking, the enemy Calamity-grade supers launched a fierce attack on him, interrupting his train of thought. Jabra could lose the totem, but these people had to die. Let's get rid of these troublemakers first before dealing with the stolen totem. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, a few Calamity-grade supers descended from the sky. It was the other Black Star Guards, and they joined the battle without saying a word. With this group of fresh troops, the situation was instantly reversed, and the stalemate was broken. Reinforcements? Jabra was stunned. Where did these people come from? One of the Black Star Guards worked together with him to shatter the high-dimensional magic entity summoned by the Bloodhammer Bishop. Making use of this opportunity, Jabra grabbed this Black Star Guard and asked, "Who are you guys?" The Black Star Guards glanced at him and said, "Black Star Guards, it's you guys." Jabra was overjoyed. He knew that Black Star had been running around the dynasty recently, but he did not expect him to come to his territory. "The heavens are really helping me." Without saying a word, Jabra roared, and his voice swept across the entire battlefield. "The Black Star Corps reinforcements have arrived. If you don't want to die, stop resisting." The Black Star Guards all looked over. "We haven't even reported our names, and you're already starting? Why do you look more like a Black Star Guard than us?" However, the moment these words came out, the effect was immediate. The faces of all the enemy members present changed drastically. Everyone knew of Black Star's reputation, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the abyss. On the other hand, the morale of the troops in Inyahub was greatly boosted. The moment they thought of the dynasty's beyond grade, standing behind them, they felt more at ease. To the dynasty's soldiers, the dynasty's beyond grade, as were their spiritual pillars on the battlefield. Black Star Corps. The members of the Punisher Alliance looked at the Black Star Guards on the battlefield with a strange look in their eyes. Such an organization that could dominate the universe was an unreachable existence in their eyes. It was not something they could come into contact with. Seeing the famous Black Star Guards of the Black Star Corps, everyone was excited as though they had seen their idols. To the Supers, such a famous Calamity Grade group was no different from the idols of the Supers. We've got it. Let's go. At the same time, in another region, a few bandits wearing anti-detection stealth suits escaped with the evolutionary totem and left the battlefield. They had followed the plan and snuck into the secret facility to steal the evolutionary totem while the troops in Inya Hub were busy. As a famous galactic bandit in the black market, not only did they have all sorts of high-tech equipment, but they also had special Esper abilities. Before they were discovered, they had managed to steal the evolutionary totem. Spaceships flew past in the sky, searching for traces of the bandits. This group of bandits had been hiding all over the place to avoid being caught. Just as they were about to run out of an alley, they suddenly felt a weight on their shoulders, and they were pinned to the ground by a huge force. A faint breathing sound appeared behind them out of thin air. Before this, they had not noticed it at all, and their hair stood on end. They turned their heads stiffly and saw two arms grabbing their shoulders. A handsome face gradually appeared from the shadows. "Where are you guys going with the goods I sold?" His tone was very calm, but was like thunder in their ears. This face could be said to be a household name in the universe. Perhaps ordinary people would not recognize it, but every organization with a name would definitely recognize who the owner of this face was. The dynasties beyond Grade A ally, indestructible body, enemy of ethereal, lord of evolution, and lord, Black Star. The bodies of the galactic bandits froze, and they did not dare to move. Han Shao snorted, and nanoparticles flowed out from his clothes, turning into a restraining device that restrained a few of them. He then waved his hand, and a mechanical soldier walked out from the void and appeared beside him. "Return the items to where they came from." Han Shao pointed at the evolutionary totem. When the chaos had just erupted, Han Shao, who had been training his energy in seclusion, had already noticed the situation. He had tacitly allowed the Black Star Guards to take action to stop this storm, and he had also noticed when the evolutionary totem was stolen. After such a long period of practice, Han Shao had already established a soul connection with the evolution cube according to the information left behind by the evolutionary civilization. The effect was similar to Cisco's, and he could sense the location of the evolution cube. Not only that, as long as he was within a certain distance, he would be able to sense the evolutionary totem. To be precise, he would be able to sense the evolution energy contained within the evolutionary totem. In a battle between Calamity-grade supers, there was no need for him to take action. The Black Star Guards under him were more than enough to deal with this group of enemies. However, since the evolutionary totem was stolen, he could not just stand by and watch. Thus, he directly teleported from the spaceship to the back of this group of bandits. With the intervention of the Black Star Corps, this chaos will be suppressed very quickly. When this group of people was scheming, they definitely did not think that he would appear there. Watching the mechanical soldiers return with the evolutionary totem, Han Shao retracted his gaze and looked at the group of bandits he had captured. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. "Now, tell me everything you know." Chapter 941. Hardaway grabbed onto the neck of one of the Calamity-grade villains, as though he was pinching a little chick. This enemy was covered in wounds and was unable to struggle free. In his panic, he attacked in a frenzy, and all of his attacks landed on Hardaway's defenseless chest, tearing his uniform apart. However, they were unable to leave any marks on his skin. Useless, useless, useless. Hardaway did not move an inch under the frenzied attacks. Instead, he narrowed his eyes comfortably. The next moment, a ferocious glint flashed across his eyes, and he increased the strength in his hands, crushing the neck and throat bones of this enemy. Kacha! The head of the villain drooped down. His spine was broken, and his nerves were in a mess. Such injuries were not fatal to a Calamity grade, and the villain hurriedly squeezed out fresh energy from his exhausted cells to repair his nerves. Hadavi wouldn't give him a chance to recover, and he knocked him to the ground with a punch. The Black Star Guards around him swarmed forward and tore this enemy into pieces of flesh. How'd he like to challenge powerful enemies one-on-one to give himself pressure? However, facing these ordinary Calamity-grade supers who were scheming, he had no interest in bullying them one-on-one. Instead, he decided to end the battle as quickly as possible. The Black Star Guards were all elite Calamity-grade supers carefully selected from the army. As a Beyond Grade A seed, Hardaway had an overwhelming advantage over ordinary Calamity-grade supers. He was famous for his defense in the Shattered Star Ring, and this group of brothers could not even break through his skin. The moment the Black Star Corps interfered, the fate of this group of villains was already decided. Of the 4 Calamity-grade supers, only one survived. This person was intentionally left alive by Hardaway. Seeing that the enemy was dealt with, the 2 guards finally relaxed. They did not care about their own injuries and hurriedly deactivated the protective shield around Ludwell's grandson to check if he was injured. After confirming that he was fine, the 2 of them came before Hardaway and expressed their gratitude. On behalf of His Excellency Ludwell, I thank all of you for your help. We will report your contributions to him. Ludwell? Who's that? Hardaway was puzzled. Unlike Fu Ding, he did not understand the structure of the dynasty's officials. He only had the goal of becoming a Beyond Grade A super in his mind and was not interested in anything else. The high finance official of the Red Empire. The guard introduced Ludwell's long list of titles. He then pointed to the young man beside him and said, "This is the descendant of His Excellency Ludwell. Our duty is to protect him. If not for you, the consequences would be unimaginable." "Oh, so we saved the child, a high-ranking official of the Empire?" Hardaway glared and mumbled, "You're really lucky to run into His Excellency Black Star on vacation here. Or rather, it's the enemy's bad luck. Anyway, it's just a small matter for us. As an ally of the Empire, we can't just watch others cause trouble in the Empire's territory. That may be the case, but we will never forget this friendship." After the guard with the severed arm finished speaking, he turned to look at the only survivor and coldly said, "I have another request. I hope that we can conduct an interrogation together later. I want to see who is targeting Sir Ludwell. Let's talk about it later. My companions are still fighting over there. I'll go over to help first." Although Hardaway had a straightforward personality, he knew that he would not easily agree to such a request. He waved his hand and brought his men to the main battlefield. When the 2 guards saw this, they could only protect Ludwell's grandson and follow behind to prevent them from being attacked. At the same time, they also reported this matter to the higher-ups. The Empire's economic situation this year isn't ideal, and trade has been greatly affected. In a large conference room, all the high finance officials were gathered together for a regular meeting. Ludwell was also present. Many of the officials in the finance department were from the neutral faction, and Ludwell was one of the leaders of the neutral faction. He had a lot of authority in the finance department. During the meeting, Ludwell's communication device vibrated. He took a look at the content before placing it to the side and continuing with the meeting. After the meeting, Ludwell returned to his office. The moment he closed the door, he slammed his palm on the table. Bang! The metal table caved in. Although Ludwell lived like a prince, he was not completely defenseless. The majority of the Empire's officials were not weak scholars. Get to the bottom of this. Who is it that's targeting my people? Ludwell's face was ashen. He opened up the internal channel and roared. The anger that he had suppressed for a long time surged out. When he saw the news, he was shocked. However, during the meeting, he had suppressed his anger and only released it now. He was furious and was determined to use the authority in his hands to get to the bottom of this. Fortunately, it was a close call, and Ludwell heaved a sigh of relief. However, there was still some lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had encountered the Black Star Corps. Otherwise, the moment he thought of this possibility, he was filled with fear. After pacing around the room for a while, Ludwell gradually calmed down. He sat down heavily and leaned against the back of the chair. His fingers tapped on the table as he softly muttered to himself. He tapped the table and muttered to himself, "Black Star, I owe you a favor this time. originally, he did not have any feelings for Black Star. After all, he was an ally of the Empire, and it could not be said that they were enemies. It was just that there was a conflict of interest between them. Work was work, but he owed someone a favor this time. His personal impression of Black Star had improved greatly, and he was filled with gratitude. Although he would not bring his personal feelings into work, he would remember this favor. As Hadavi and the rest joined the battle, the chaos was immediately suppressed. Those who wanted to escape when they saw that the situation was bad couldn't do so, and they were all subdued. The garrison cleaned up the messy battlefield and placed all the people who were still alive into restraints. These criminals were all lying on the ground dejectedly, and it looked like a crime scene. Lock them up and interrogate them properly. Jabra walked over to the front of the Punisher Alliance. He glanced at them and said, "You guys are not bad. I will ask someone to reward you later. Thank you for your help." Although he was thanking them, his tone was rather indifferent and a little perfunctory. The main reason was that the Punisher Alliance's level was too low and could not help much. They could only deal with some of the minions in his eyes. However, they had helped him after all, so he had to show some respect to these superheroes. Raymond and the others nodded. They did not expect the officers of a beyond grade, a super, to be grateful to them. It was already not bad for them to have such an attitude. In any case, they would still receive money to replenish the funds of the guild. A calamity-grade super like him would definitely not be stingy. However, Jabra did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at Aurora and said with a smile, "Are you interested in working under me?" Raymond frowned, and he did not care about the other party's identity. He stood in front of him and said with a deep voice, "What do you mean by that? Your healing Esper ability is not bad. If you join our Beyond Grade A organization, you'll have a brighter future," Jabra said calmly. During the battle earlier, Aurora's healing ability had attracted his attention, and he wanted to poach her. Hearing that, the members of the Punisher Alliance looked at Aurora with nervousness in their eyes. They did not wish for such a good comrade to be poached away, but they could not answer on behalf of her. Aurora shook her head and said, "It's fine. I'm a hero who likes to do things." Jabra frowned and wanted to try again. At this moment, footsteps sounded behind him, and Hardaway walked over with his Black Star guards. Jabra immediately abandoned the Punisher Alliance and turned to face Hadavi and the others. His face was full of smiles as he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, brothers of the Black Star Corps, thank you for your support. You have helped me greatly." Facing the Black Star Guards, Jabra's attitude took a 180-degree turn. He was arrogant in front of the Punisher Alliance, but he was extremely friendly in front of the Black Star Guards. Although he was also a subordinate of a Beyond Grade A, Jabra's boss was only an ordinary pillar of the dynasty, and Black Star, who had extraordinary potential, had a very high chance of replacing Dark Lord and the others in the future, becoming the dynasty's strongest ally. Thus, his tone had a hint of flattery. "We're all allies of the dynasty, so it's only right for us to help each other." Hardaway then said, "His Excellency Black Star has ordered that he wants to interrogate these prisoners together. Is it convenient for you?" Of course it's convenient." Jabra laughed. Hardaway nodded and glanced at Aurora from the corner of his eyes. He then stared at Jabra and said with interest, "You're very capable. Are you interested in joining the Black Star Corps? You'll definitely be able to become a Black Star Guard." As soon as he said that, the expressions of everyone present became weird. This was especially so for those from the Punisher Alliance, who laughed in their hearts. "You wanted to poach our people just a moment ago, and now you're being poached by someone else. The big fish eats the small fish, and the small fish eats the shrimps." Hearing this, Jabra's face stiffened, and he coughed to hide his awkwardness. "This is not suitable. I don't have any plans to leave my current organization for the time being." "All right. If you change your mind in the future, remember to inform us." Hardaway smiled and secretly gave Aurora a smug look. Aurora's mouth twitched. "You're really vengeful." Right at this moment, a mechanical soldier returned with the stolen evolutionary totem. Jabra hurriedly ran over to take a look and was overjoyed. "Great, the last problem has been solved. I don't have to worry anymore. Black Star is really a good person." With this incident, Jabra no longer had the mood to poach anyone. After saying a few words, he turned around and ordered his subordinates to clean up the battlefield. Hardaway glanced at the members of the Punisher Alliance and revealed an inexplicable smile. He then turned around and left with his men. Only then did the members of the Punisher Alliance relax. They had been surrounded by a large wave of Calamity-grade supers just now, and they could not help but feel nervous. After calming themselves down, they looked at Fu Ding and Aurora with even more enthusiasm. This new partner of theirs had actually rejected the poaching of a beyond grade A organization and stayed with them. Thinking back to how Fu Ding and Han Xiao had fought side by side, all the members of the Punisher Alliance, including Slade, acknowledged these two new partners in their hearts. Seeing this, Fu Ding smiled. At the same time, in another city that was not affected, two people were moving stealthily. They were the disguised individual and his partner. When they discovered that the Black Star Corps had interfered, the two of them knew that their plan had failed. It was impossible for them not to be angry that they had wasted so many resources. However, no matter how angry they were, it was useless. It was not like they could fight a beyond grade A head-on. They could only swallow their anger and leave the observation point quietly. So the plan failed. One of them shook his head helplessly. It was an accident this time. Who knew that the Black Star Corps would hide their identities and stay on this planet? The leader shouldn't blame us. The leader won't do anything, but after losing so many resources, the spies planted on this planet will definitely be investigated thoroughly. According to the system, we will be punished and even demoted. If we can take this opportunity to leave this plan and be transferred to a safer place, it might be a blessing in disguise. Those organizations were all hired by the black market, and we did not interfere directly. It will be difficult for them to trace it back to us. Is that so? Yes. The two of them suddenly stopped in their tracks, and their expressions were filled with shock. This sentence was not something they had said. Looking up, they saw a ghost-like black figure floating above their heads, looking down at them. They did not know how long this figure had been following them, but the two of them did not notice it at all. Seeing this figure, the two of them felt their hair stand on end, and they froze on the spot. Their minds were blank, and there was only one thought in their minds. How did Black Star find us? Those people clearly did not know that they were the masterminds behind the scenes. Even if they were helping the Calamity-grade fugitives, the ones who went were in disguise. Han Xiao slowly landed on the ground, and seeing the two of them looking as though they had seen a ghost, he could not help but raise his brows. What's so surprising about me being able to find you guys? You guys can't really think that you can escape from me, right? After interrogating that group of thieves, he realized that they had also received a job from the black market, and the employer had given them the goal of stealing the evolutionary totem. From this, Han Xiao knew that this group of thieves and the people from the Bloodhammer Church had most likely been made use of. Connecting this to the information that Fu Ding had reported about the descendants of the dynasty's officials, he could roughly guess the whole picture of this scheme. These organizations that had come to cause chaos were all hired by the black market, and they were all chess pieces. They did not know the overall plan and were only responsible for a portion of their work. The true goal of the organization behind these chess pieces was to get rid of the descendants of the dynasty's officials. Although Enya Hub was not a planet directly connected to the dynasty, the security was not lax. For these people to be able to bring in the contraband, they definitely had the backing of the local tyrant. There were very few organizations that could set up such a scheme within the dynasty's borders, and the most suspicious ones were the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church. They had the most motive. Recently, there had been quite a number of robberies caused by the evolutionary totem within the dynasty's borders, and they were all hired by the black market. The employers were not the Radiant Federation or Ethereal Federation and were definitely using the shells of other organizations. The true goal of this chaos was not really the evolutionary totem, but more likely to cause a security problem within the dynasty's borders. There were many factors involved. They wanted to create trouble for the dynasty and let the dynasty know that such a thing would happen if they did not disclose the right to purchase the evolutionary totem. They also wanted to make use of this opportunity to express the attitude of the other civilizations. In any case, they had other motives, and this should be the tip of the iceberg of a huge plan. Since he had guessed that there was a mastermind behind this, Han Xiao did not have a reason to let them go. He could only use his precious Philip to hack into the main artificial intelligence of Enya Hub, opening the back door and retrieving all the data. After searching for all the people related to this chaos, he discovered the existence of the person in disguise through the satellite surveillance. Then, he compared the hundreds of millions of entry and exit records and facial recognition to find the faces that should not have existed on this planet at any point in time. He then locked onto the location of the person in disguise and connected the traces. After a complicated selection of data, he finally found the location of the two of them. If not for the fact that he was a virtual mechanic, he would have really let these two fellows escape. What a pity! Han Xiao shook his head. Consider yourselves unlucky to have met me. I'm participating in the starting point event overseas, go to Malaysia and Singapore. I will have to spend quite some time on the plane and will only be able to return home on the 25th. The updates will not be stable during this period, so I will try not to take leave. P.S. Brothers, does anyone know what to do when there is no signal on my phone overseas? I need a verification code to log into the author's account on my computer, but there is no signal, so I can't receive any messages. I can only use the account on my phone. I'm worried that I will have to log into my account again one day to enter the verification code. If that happens, I won't even be able to send out a single chapter. Chapter 942. When Han Xiao brought a group of dejected captives to Enya Hub Prison, Jabra, Hardaway, and the rest of the Black Star Guards had already been waiting for a long time. Your Excellency, Black Star. Jabra took 2 steps forward and bowed respectfully. Han Xiao was on the same level as his boss, and he represented his own organization to receive the guest. He was very mindful of his own attitude and was very humble. Hello. Han Xiao nodded. With a wave of his finger, the imprisonment device brought the captives in front of the wardens and handed them over to them. Hadavi and the rest followed behind Han Xiao. Jabra led the way, and they arrived at the interrogation room. The wardens separated the captives, and each of them was given a luxurious room. Are you going to conduct the interrogation? Jabra turned around and asked Han Xiao. No need, you do it. Let me see your handiwork. Han Xiao shook his head. He had already used the Han family's electrotherapy on the 2 masterminds and obtained the information he wanted. Now, he was just going through the motions. The 2 masterminds were indeed spies from the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church. They were part of one of the groups that were tasked with pressuring the Red Empire. From the 2 of them, Han Xiao could see the tip of the iceberg of this huge plan. The pressuring plan targeted many areas of the dynasty and was split into many groups. Each group was in charge of different areas. The group that the 2 of them were in was in charge of stirring up chaos related to the evolutionary totem within the dynasty and using the black market as a pawn to affect the security of the dynasty. They also carried out some special operations. For example, the assassination of Ludwell's descendant was to pretend that the chaos caused by the appearance of the evolutionary totem had led to the death of a high-ranking official's descendant. The goal was to affect the unity of the dynasty and increase the internal pressure. It was worth mentioning that they did not choose their targets manually. Instead, they used artificial intelligence to calculate which targets could affect the dynasty and prioritize the targets with the highest probability. That was how Ludwell's grandson was chosen. The result of the artificial intelligence calculation was that there was a high probability that killing this person would cause Ludwell's stance to change. For such a huge plan that involved dozens of areas, using artificial intelligence to calculate the target was much more efficient than using artificial intelligence. Radiance and Ethereal were targeting the dynasty everywhere, but as long as their schemes were not exposed, everyone would follow the unspoken rules and only compete in the dark. However, the situation was different now that there were witnesses. These 2 people did not have much value to Han Xiao, but they were extremely useful to the dynasty. Even if Radiance and Ethereal refused to admit that these 2 people were their men, the dynasty would still be able to use them in some areas. While watching the prisoners being interrogated, Han Zhao's family subordinates, he was of course. He had thought that it was just a bunch of third-rate factions causing trouble, but he hadn't expected to get involved in such a matter and accidentally save Ludwell's relatives. Fiden's luck was unparalleled. If he hadn't discovered Ludwell's grandson in advance, he might not have been able to save him in time. What a blessing! Han Xiao shook his head and sighed. He touched his chin and pondered. As for Ludwell, he was not unfamiliar with this name and knew that this was a high official of the dynasty who had some achievements in the economic field. However, in his eyes, Ludwell did not have much interaction with him. Han Xiao only knew that there were people in the dynasty who were willing to hand over the dynasty, but he did not know who they were. After all, Ludwell had a high position and did not have many political enemies as a neutral party. As a member of the dynasty, the other officials would not reveal too much to Han Xiao, much less Unravel and Tarakov. Strictly speaking, allies were still outsiders, and the high officials of the dynasty were his own people. Everyone was in the imperial court, and no one was willing to make enemies out of nothing. Halfway through the interrogation, the scene was a little unharmonious. Han Xiao was about to leave, but Jabra immediately abandoned the interrogation and took the initiative to send him to the entrance of the prison. It's all thanks to His Excellency Blackstar's help. Otherwise, these two spies would have escaped. Jabra's face was full of smiles. A small matter. Your Excellency Blackstar, are you still going to stay in Enyahub? Please give me a chance to entertain you. There's no need. We are about to leave. Han Xiao waved his hands. After this incident, his identity was exposed, and he was afraid that he would be surrounded by people again, so he was not going to stay on this planet any longer. Coincidentally, Fu Ding had successfully infiltrated the Punisher Alliance, and Han Xiao was prepared to let his fleet follow behind him secretly. He would train his last bit of energy while waiting for Fu Ding to find the item that would trigger the hidden boss. Under the respectful gazes of the members of Enyahub, Han Xiao led the Black Star Guards back to the spaceship parked at the spaceport. The moment he returned to his room, Han Zhao's communicator rang. He took a look and saw that it was an unknown number. After the call was connected, an old face appeared on the virtual screen. His expression was calm, and there was a sense of calmness in his voice. I'm Ludwell, Black Star. Thank you for saving my child. Don't mention it. Han Xiao replied politely before sizing up this dynasty official. This is the first time we've met, right? Yes. Ludwell nodded. I've heard a lot about you. You're too polite. We're the same. Han Xiao smiled. Seeing how calm Han Xiao was, Ludwell's impression of him improved. It was not that he had never interacted with other beyond grade as before. For example, someone as cold as Dark Lord clearly liked to snub other people's warm faces. Even Old Dragon would have the arrogance of a beyond grade A, and his attitude was cold and indifferent. A beyond grade A that was as friendly as Han Xiao was very rare in the universe. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ludwell formally expressed his gratitude. Since the other party had saved his grandson, he should at least take the initiative to express his gratitude. If he were to treat it as if nothing had happened, he would have no EQ, and he naturally wouldn't make such a mistake. We're all colleagues of the dynasty, so I'll help as much as I can. I can't possibly sit by and watch others cause trouble in the dynasty. Han Xiao did not mind. A smile flashed across Ludwell's aged face. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "What about you? I heard. The Limitless Financial Group is investing in a Shattered Star Ring on a large scale?" That's right. They're preparing to expand their business there. They're extremely wealthy, and I've also received some shock. The tyrant really knows how to grasp business opportunities. Han Xiao understood what the other party was trying to say and raised his brows. I got it. Ludwell smiled. The next time you come to my place, I'll treat you to a meal. I still have some work to do, so I'll hang up first. See you next time. After ending the call, Han Xiao played with the communicator with a playful expression. The Red Empire had long known about the competition between the Black Star Corps and the Bloodshed Land. Because it was not good to favor either side, they could not possibly appoint the Black Star Corps as the leader and prevent the tyrant from grabbing the opportunity to develop. Thus, they decided to not help either side and watch the competition between the two allies. However, from Ludwell's words, it seemed like he wanted to do something in this regard. Ludwell did not say it clearly, and Han Xiao did not know how he would help. He could not be sure if the other party really wanted to help. Such officials were not rare. Others might not have the ability to do so, but Ludwell was in charge of the dynasty's economy and trade. This matter was within the scope of his authority. If he helps, it will be of great help. Han Xiao pondered. The dynasty's support of resources was one aspect, and economic cooperation was another. The difference between the two was similar to giving a man a fish and teaching a man to fish. There was a lot of room for manipulation. After the distribution of benefits in the flickering world, the Red Empire would not have any new support projects for a very long time. However, that was no longer the case now. Fu Ding's move has allowed me to form a connection with a high-ranking official in this area, which will allow me to deal with the Limitless Financial Group. Is this what they mean by following the main character? Han Xiaoxin could not help but mock. Beep, beep. This time, the communicator rang again. This time, it was someone he knew. It was Jabra's superior, an ally of the Beyond Grade A Empire who owned Enyahub. A few years ago, during the meeting to deal with ES God, Han Xiao had met this person and left his contact information. This was the first time this person had taken the initiative to contact him. The purpose of this Beyond Grade A's call was also very clear. It was to thank Han Xiao for helping to maintain the security of his territory and to invite Han Xiao to his place as a guest. Both parties exchanged a few pleasantries before hanging up. As for the purpose of this call, don't ask. In the office, Ludwell put down the communicator, thought for a while, and opened the internal line. Contact Beccarodi for me. Beccarodi, a high-ranking official with real power, was also a firm supporter of handing over the cube. However, the two of them belonged to different political factions. Ludwell belonged to the neutral faction, while Beccarodi was an important figure in the hardline faction. Although both of them supported handing over the evolution cube, their methods were different. As a neutral party, Ludwell would at most give his opinion to Unravel and express his stance, while Beccarodi preferred to take action. Ludwell was in charge of the economic sector, and the movements of the Limitless Financial Group were within his observation range. His experience told him that the Limitless Financial Group's plan might have the support of some factions in the dynasty, and Beccarodi was the biggest suspect. As someone who knew half of the situation, Ludwell did not have any intention of interfering in the past, because this was in line with his stance. Thus, although he was not the main person, he did not care. But now, since he owed Black Star a favor, Ludwell had decided to interfere. His position of supporting the surrender would not change, but he could make some adjustments to his methods. The power of the officials in the system was often reflected in such places, and the details could be seen in a small area. The first step would be to have a talk with Beccarodi and sound the alarm to make the other party restrain himself. This would affect the behind-the-scenes deal between the other party and the Limitless Financial Group. Due to his identity, Beccarodi might not be afraid of Black Star, but he could not ignore the opinion of the leader of another faction in the dynasty. The storm in Enyahub had ended, and the number of casualties was not small. The financial losses were also quite severe, and the business of the transit station would be affected to a certain extent. It would take some time for the transit station to regain its popularity. After receiving a generous bounty, the Punisher Alliance was not willing to stay for too long and planned to leave. After this battle, Fu Ding and Aurora had completely integrated into the group and left together. "Where are we going now?" Aurora asked curiously. "You guys are still newbies, so I'll bring you guys back to the headquarters first." Raymond revealed what he thought was a friendly smile, but Aurora thought that he was making a funny face. Upon hearing that, Fu Ding nodded lightly. "The item that Old Black wants me to find is probably in the headquarters of the Punisher Alliance. Chapter 943. The Punisher Alliance did not have the financial resources to build a space fortress, and their headquarters was a large modified spaceship called the Punisher. Fu Ding and the rest did not take long to reach their destination. After entering the spaceship, the two of them followed Raymond around. The Punisher's cabin was a circular hall, and it was separated into different functional areas that were connected by corridors. This is our base. This is the living area, and every member has their own room. I've already arranged for all of you to have all sorts of amenities, and you can rest at any time. That side is the combat training area, and the other side is the equipment storage area. The companions they met on the way nodded to each other. A few of them walked and stopped. Soon, they arrived at an area. Fu Ding turned to look at the nameplate of a room. On it was written Spoils of War Museum. That is, Fu Ding pointed at the room and felt that there should be some clues in there. Oh, that is the proof of our Punisher Alliance's glory. Raymond laughed. These are the spoils of war that we obtained from fighting criminals. Come, let me show you around and introduce our glorious deeds to you. The group walked into the room. It was quite spacious and filled with transparent cabinets. Some of them were empty, while the others were filled with different things. There were heavily damaged weapons, half-broken masks, and a charred electronic eyeball. At first glance, one would think that it was a postmodernist exhibition hall of waste art. Raymond led the way in front and acted as a tour guide, explaining the origins of the various items. This is the heavy chain axe of the wanted criminal with a bounty of 300,000 anas. Ruthless. One of our comrades died in that battle. Do you see this electronic eyeball? That is the artificial eye of Poison Heart. He was beaten to a pulp, and he only left behind this high-tech artificial eye. Also, that is the war hammer of Bishop Bloodhammer. It is still in good condition, and the others just put it there. Hearing Raymond's explanation, Fu Ding looked at the spoils of war carefully and compared them to the pictures that Han Xiao had given him. Suddenly, Fu Ding's footsteps stopped, and his eyes locked onto a transparent cabinet. There was a simple white box in the cabinet. It was about the size of 2 palms. There were some burnt stains on the surface of the box. It looked ordinary and unremarkable. What is this? Fu Ding's eyes flashed with joy as he pointed at the box. This was what Han Xiao had asked him to find. What? So it was so easy to find? It was placed in the warehouse. I thought it would be more difficult. Let me think. Raymond recalled for a moment before pounding his palm. I remember now. This is the spoils of war from a surface civilization. There was a fellow who relied on a high-tech weapon smuggled from the galaxy to conquer a surface civilization and become the ruler. We received the news and went to deal with him. From his warehouse, we found many spoils of war, and this box is one of them. What's its use? Fu Ding was curious. This time, he was not acting. He was also very interested in the item that Black Star wanted. We don't know how it works or where it comes from. We only know that if you carry it with you, your mental barrier and psychic power will be strengthened to a certain extent. However, if you use it for a long time, you will have auditory hallucinations. You will feel that someone is talking beside your ear, and your mind will gradually become distorted. Therefore, we call it Box of Bewitchment. As he spoke, Raymond's face suddenly turned suspicious. That's right. We sealed it up. Who placed this thing in here? Right at this moment, Fu Ding, who had been looking at the box, suddenly frowned. He could hear a soft whisper in his ears, as though a voice was tempting him to touch the box. He used his psychic energy to scan the box, and a layer of psychic energy enveloped it. It was like an invisible coating that had a certain degree of spiritual defense. Fu Ding wanted to see what was inside, and used his psychic energy to form a drill to break through the psychic energy field. However, the moment his psychic energy came into contact with the box, he felt a strong suction force. His expression changed, and he hurriedly cut off his psychic energy. The psychic energy that he cut off was instantly devoured by the box, and he could no longer sense it. Seeing this, Raymond waved his hand and helplessly said, "Don't try anymore. It's useless. Our psychic has already tested it, and psychic energy is unable to probe the box." Can the box be opened normally? Yes, but there is nothing inside. Raymond opened the cabinet and directly opened the box. It was empty. Right at this moment, Aurora poked Fu Ding's back and made a hand gesture. Fu Ding immediately understood that there was a life signal inside the box. Blackstar would not speak without thinking. The thing that he wants is indeed strange. Fu Ding thought to himself. Raymond placed the box back into the cabinet and gestured for Fu Ding and Nora to continue looking around. The two of them did not have any objections. After looking around the base and getting to know a few new members of the Punisher Alliance, Fu Ding and Aurora bade farewell to Raymond and returned to their respective rooms to rest. After a few hours, the two of them walked out of their rooms and headed to the Spoils of War exhibition room. The Spoils of War in the exhibition room were mostly commemorative items, and the security system was rather low level. Aurora took out a military-grade automated hacking device and was about to insert it into the door when she was stopped by Fu Ding. "Are you going to walk in just like that? You will trigger the alarm." Aurora was doubtful. "I know," Fu Ding slowly said. "Black Star wants their things, and they are unable to retaliate. I don't like to bully the weak. Furthermore, they're not a bunch of evil people. Even if I want to take their things away, I will at least let them know the reason. I'm not willing to leave without saying goodbye. That's not good. What if Black Star has other intentions?" Aurora hesitated. In truth, she also felt that it was a little shameful for the two of them to steal from such a small organization. He did not make any special requests, and even if he did, he will only blame me. Fu Ding chuckled and walked in openly, grabbing the box of bewitchment in his hand. Beep, beep, beep. He ignored the sudden, ear-piercing alarm and brought Aurora along as he swaggered towards the entrance of the spaceship base. They arrived at the entrance of the spaceship without any obstructions. Only then did they see Raymond, Slade, and a bunch of members of the Punisher Alliance guarding the entrance. They looked at the two of them with complicated expressions. "Why did you want to steal the box of enticement?" Raymond had a pained expression and was unwilling to believe the scene before him. Slade gritted his teeth and said coldly, "I almost trusted you guys. You guys really have ulterior motives." Perhaps their minds were only twisted by the box of bewitchment. Raymond did not have any confidence and could only look at Fiden with a complicated gaze. There was still a faint sense of anticipation in his eyes. "Apologies." Fuden shook his head and faced the angry gazes of the crowd. He calmly said, "I'm here for this thing." Then, saving me was premeditated? Raymond could not help but ask, "Would you believe me if I said that it was luck?" Fu Ding said helplessly. At this moment, Slade stepped out from the crowd and pointed his weapon at the two of them. "I have said that as long as I find out that you guys have ulterior motives, I will not be courteous to you. Since you have admitted it yourselves, you can either put down the box of enticement immediately and give up on resisting or test the might of my weapon." Looking calmly at the excited crowd, Fiden slowly said, "That's right. During the battle in Enya Hub, Euler, and I saved you guys more than once. Are you guys really going to make a move against us?" Hearing that, everyone's anger instantly dissipated. That's right. If not for the healing ability, they would have suffered heavy losses in Enya Hub. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they had saved all of their lives. Although the two of them had ulterior motives, they were still indebted to them. Most of them looked troubled and lost their fighting spirit in an instant. It was hard for them to muster up any hostility. Slade was also the same. He immediately got rid of this mentality and hardened his heart. Clenching the weapon in his hand, he said in a deep voice, "That's a different matter. If you steal the box of bewitchment now, you will become our enemy. We will not let you leave." Fu Ding swept a glance at everyone and suddenly smiled. He rolled up his sleeves and sat down on the ground. "All right, then I will not leave." Everyone was stunned. What is the meaning of this? Is he trying to act shamelessly? "What are you doing?" Raymond asked in astonishment. "Wait for someone to provide support." After throwing out this sentence, Fuden closed his eyes and closed them to rest. "You really have a personality." By the side, Aurora had a helpless expression. She glanced at the stunned crowd and weakly said, "Why are you still holding your weapons? Do you really want to attack me?" Slade's expression was uncertain. After pondering for a moment, he did not make a move directly. Instead, he put away his weapon and gestured for everyone to get ready. He then stared at Fu Ding from the side and observed his every move. Just as everyone was getting ready, the cabin door suddenly slid open, and a black figure stood at the bottom of the stairs with a bunch of subordinates. The members of the Punisher Alliance hurriedly turned around to take a look, and they were all stunned. It was actually the Black Star Corps that they had met before, and the person leading them was actually Black Star himself. You. Raymond's eyes widened in shock. Han Xiao glanced at him and led the Black Star guards into the cabin, heading straight for Fu Ding. The members of the Punisher Alliance hurriedly made a path for them, and their faces were filled with shock. Why is it Black Star? What is going on? Looking down at Fu Ding, who was sitting on the ground, Han Xiao felt a little helpless. Why do you have to trouble me personally for such a small matter? Stop playing around. Fu Ding smiled, patted his butt, stood up, and whispered, "You know my personality." "That's right. I already knew when I was in Sunil." Han Xiao rubbed his brows helplessly and joked, "If you continue to mess around like this, I won't dare to put you in an important position in the future. There are priorities, and I don't want to lower my bottom line for such a small matter. Furthermore, you shouldn't have asked me to steal." Fu Ding blinked. "You really make me worry. It's so hard to slack off." Han Xiao facepalmed. A main character like him had his own principles, and he could not be ordered around without any restrictions. It was as though he would not be able to show how extraordinary he was if he did not cause any accidents. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, everyone's gazes shifted between Black Star and Fu Ding, and their faces were filled with shock. "Who are you?" Slade panicked and could not help but ask. However, his tone was no longer as unyielding as before. Hardaway looked over and said, "He is Fu Ding, the vice captain of Black Star's Black Star Guards." Hearing that, Slade's body froze. He could not believe that the person he had been interacting with all this time was actually such a person. For such a big shot, killing him was as easy as crushing an ant. It was laughable that he had thought that Fu Ding was afraid of them outnumbering him. He did not expect that it was because he could not be bothered to deal with them. He probably looked at them like they were children. Slade's face turned green and white. Thinking about how unyielding he was toward Fu Ding, he was shocked and embarrassed. At this time, Han Xiao spoke. "All right, since you want them to know the reason." Han Xiao turned around and looked at everyone. He directly sucked the box of enchantment into his hand and crushed the hard box into pieces with his 5 fingers. Everyone present could sense that at the instant the box shattered, a surge of powerful spirit force undulations erupted forth. Most of the members of the Punisher Alliance paled and covered their different hearing organs. The ear-piercing screams in their minds caused them mental damage. This mental scream in their minds was filled with excitement, as though someone who had been imprisoned for many years had finally seen the light of day again. Chapter 944. Who? It was as if a storm had formed on the spot. A dim phantom gradually appeared. It had no facial features or body details. It was just a shadow, but its shape was strange and unique. It was like a humanoid creature with countless twisted arms and legs. Its shape was constantly changing, and it exuded an indescribably terrifying aura. Just looking at it could make people's sanity points drop like crazy. Delicious meal, delicious meal. Mental ripples spread out, and without any words, everyone was able to understand the meaning of this phantom creature. A strange sense of fear rose in everyone's hearts, and Han Xiao and the Black Star Guards were not immune to it. However, the degree of fear was very low. This was the aura of fear that this phantom creature had. What kind of monster is this? The expressions of Raymond, Slade, and the others changed drastically. None of them had expected that there would be such a monster hidden in the box of bewitchment. Just looking at this phantom creature caused their hearts to palpitate, and the unique ripples that it gave off made them feel dizzy. A special life form that came from the secondary dimension. They could be understood as parasites that were born along with souls. They feed on the thoughts of the universal consciousness and are one of the reasons for the psychic current in the universe, Han Xiao said calmly. This boss was a special life form from the secondary dimension called heart-sucking demon. The thoughts of all the life forms in the universe formed the universal consciousness, and this life form would lie at the bottom of the universe, sucking on the traces of the universal consciousness. The thoughts of all life forms were like sweet lullabies to the heart-sucking demon. The secondary dimension that they were in was called the bottom of the universal consciousness, and it was the nest of the heart-sucking demons. The number of heart-sucking demons was almost endless, and this heart-sucking demon was a Lord-grade super. It had been captured by a powerful super adventuring in the secondary dimension and sealed there. Han Xiao knew that this heart-sucking demon boss's attacks were mainly focused on the mind. Because it had absorbed the thoughts of countless living beings, it could cause a long period of confusion to its enemies. It had powerful resistance and was almost immune to mind attacks. Most mind attacks were just food for it. Not only would it not deal any damage, but it would also heal itself. It was difficult to deal with. Because of this characteristic, the remains of the heart-sucking demon were a great tonic for the mind. However, the side effects were simply insane. Only psychics and some spirit mages could consume them without any side effects. They could increase the mind's attack and defense in all aspects, and they would also have a chance to cause the chaos status with every psychic attack. The more remains of the heart-sucking demon were consumed, the higher the chance of the effect being triggered. However, heart-sucking demons were difficult to capture. They only lived in the bottom layer of the subconscious and could not leave. They would sense all outsiders, and even the three universal civilizations would find it difficult to establish long-term outposts in this secondary dimension. Therefore, heart-sucking demons rarely appeared in the universe and were extremely rare. The moment this thing broke free, a notification popped up on the interface, and the corresponding boss quest popped up. Crusade against the heart-sucking demon. Mission introduction. Heart-sucking demon is an extremely dangerous secondary dimension life form that feeds on the thoughts of living beings. Due to some reason, this heart-sucking demon was brought into the universe. If left alone, it will become a hidden danger and cause all kinds of mental disasters in the future. Mission requirements. Kill the heart-sucking demon reward. 10 million EXP bonus reward for the highest DPS. Unique talent, mind defense. Talent, magic resistant body, mind defense. Plus 40% psychic resistance. You are immune to chaos and shock statuses. Players would form teams to fight bosses, and the one with the highest DPS would be considered as the kill. Even in the eyes of Han Technician, these two talents were not bad. To the players, they were even more powerful talents. Han Xiao had come here to obtain these two talents. The box itself was a sealed container, and the heart-sucking demon had been trapped inside for an unknown period of time, unable to come in contact with the outside world. Right now, it was extremely weak and was in an extremely hungry state. The moment it escaped, it observed its surroundings for a while before rushing toward the Punisher Alliance and the others. Its mind rippled with an incomparable thirst. In its eyes, these people were walking delicacies. Quick, the monster is coming. The faces of Raymond, Slade, and the others tightened, and they hurriedly raised their weapons. They could not be bothered about destroying the spaceship, and threw all sorts of attacks at the heart-sucking demon. However, the effects of these attacks were extremely limited. The defense of the heart-sucking demon was similar to the interstellar beast, and the attacks of Grade B supers were unable to break through its defense. Enduring the attacks, the heart-sucking demon was basically unharmed. It twisted its strange body and quickly approached Raymond. Seeing that the strange monster was about to stick onto him, Raymond's face changed, and he retreated in panic. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a beam of light pierced through the heart-sucking demon's back. The heart-sucking demon immediately stopped and began to tremble violently. A spherical floating cannon floated beside Han Xiao, and the round nozzle continuously released multidimensional energy, shooting out beams of light. This was a weapon that Han Xiao had created after obtaining the ultimate knowledge. It was extremely useful against secondary dimensional life forms and could be used to kill the heart-sucking demon. The beam of light continued to expand within the body of the heart-sucking demon, and Raymond and the others could see that the monster that had withstood their attacks was heavily injured by the beam of light. It was trembling violently, as though it was a fish that had yet to die. The mental fluctuations of the heart-sucking demon revealed an intense sense of despair and unwillingness. It was as though they were looking at a desperate beast howling in grief, and they could not help but feel pity for it. They had just escaped from the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. They were too unlucky. Everyone present watched as the heart-sucking demon was filled with light. In the end, like a bubble, it exploded with a pop and disappeared without a trace. Only an irregularly shaped black lump fell to the ground. It was only the size of a palm. This was the remains of the heart-sucking demon. Han Xiao put away the floating cannon, sucked the wreckage into his hands, and threw it to Phaidon. "It's done. Help me find it. I'll give it to you. You can figure out how to use it yourself." Fu Ding was stunned for a moment. "Give it to me? You don't want it?" "It's useless to me." Han Xiao shook his head. He was a mechanic and would not be able to use the remains of the heart-sucking demon. His only goal was to obtain 2 talents. When he got rid of the heart-sucking demon, the interface had notified him that he had completed the mission. He did not need anything else. Although the resistance of the heart-sucking demon was high, beyond grade as stood at the peak of strength. If it fell into Han Xiao's hands, it would only be an instant kill. Even the interstellar beast in the past would be killed with a single cannon blast from Han Xiao. Speaking of which, I'm already tankier than the interstellar beast. Han Xiaoxin could not help but grumble. Glancing at the members of the Punisher Alliance, Han Xiao did not explain and walked out of the spaceship. Fu Ding shook his head with a smile and quickly followed behind. After interacting with each other for so long, he realized that he was starting to like Han Xiao more and more. As expected of a friend that I'm willing to work for. Raymond and the others subconsciously open up a path for them. Looking at the backs of Black Star's group, Slade suddenly understood. With such a terrifying monster sealed in the box of bewitchment, if it escapes in the future, we'll be in trouble. Hearing that, all the members of the Punisher Alliance felt as though they understood Black Star's intentions. Black Star knew about the existence of the heart-sucking demon, so he came to eliminate this monster that should not have appeared in the universe. Everyone had personally experienced the terror of the heart-sucking demon. If they were kept in the dark, when the heart-sucking demon escaped in the future, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. In that case, did that mean that they were indirectly saved by Black Star? To think that they actually misunderstood such a big shot. Upon realizing this, Raymond and the others had complicated feelings. They felt both ashamed and grateful. Slade hesitated for a while before making up his mind. He charged out of the spaceship and wanted to chase after Fu Ding to apologize for his attitude. However, the moment he exited the spaceship, he realized that Black Star's group had already left. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other and sighed with complicated expressions on their faces. Black Star's level is too far from ours. We will probably never be able to repay this favor. The incident caused by Fu Ding had come to an end, and Han Xiao had learned his lesson. He did not allow the fleet to stop at any planets, so that Fu Ding would not encounter any fortuitous encounters and disturb him from training his energy. Thankfully, Fu Ding had been researching the heart-sucking demon's remains in his room and did not have the time to run around picking up money. After absorbing the remains, Fu Ding's psychic energy had received an additional boost, and Han Xiao had a strange feeling about it. Suddenly obtaining a treasure felt like the treatment of a main character. Although I also obtained a talent, I feel that Fu Ding did not lose out. After traveling for a few days, Han Xiao was finally able to focus on training and replenish the last bit of his energy. He used money to increase his maximum energy to 120,000, reaching level 19. Level 300 promotion mission, Abundant Energy and Erudite, was finally completed. Chapter 945. Godly Mechanic will be updated after 12 p.m. today. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 946. The dark earth stretched as far as the eye could see. Everywhere he looked, there were craters all over the earth. Occasionally, half of a metal wreckage would pop out from the earth. He could not tell what it was originally a part of. In the distance, there was a protruding black peak that gave off a desolate and ancient aura. The sky was gray, and the stars were sparse. The sun was dim, and a strong wind blew. Countless fine sand was swept up in the wind, and the strong wind pulled everything on the surface. This was a black, desolate planet. It was wrapped in a thick layer of gray haze and filled with an atmosphere. Looking down from outer space, one could see the storm-like cyclones in the planet's atmosphere. In the past, this was a planet full of life. Green and red could be seen everywhere, and the roars of wild beasts could be heard throughout the mountains and forests. Now, there was only a black silence. This was an ancient battlefield in the dynasty. Below the ground, there were a large number of battleships and weapon wreckages. Now, the wind and sand had buried the past, leaving only desolation. A black figure walked slowly on the ground, as if it was one with the black background of the ground. "This is fine." Han Shao looked up at the gray sky and knew that the spaceship was waiting for him in outer space. The people on the spaceship were most likely looking at him through the observation window. The commotion caused by the Beyond Grade A promotion would not be small, not to mention that this time it was the species sublimation and the main class promotion together. It would probably shake the earth and mountains. He was afraid that he would crash during the promotion on the spaceship. So Han Shao found a relatively nearby, uninhabited planet and prepared to complete his level 300 promotion there. Of course, he had already touched Fu Ding before coming, so he was full of confidence at this time. Opening the interface, both the promotion mission and class promotion mission were shown to be completed. Han Shao calmed down and chose to complete the mission. Level 300 promotion mission completed. Plus 70 yen. 1 yendi equals 480 health equals 490 stamina. Every cell contains a huge amount of energy, causing your body to transform. Your genetic code is transforming toward a higher level. You have taken another step on the path of evolution. Your race has been detected as Black Star Race, exclusive race, unable to be changed. Randomly drawing 5 matching evolutionary directions. Drawing complete. Please select 2 races from the following 5 options to obtain a talent respectively. 1. Void God's Envoy, human form. 2. Endless Multiplication Mutant, group consciousness. 3. Void Grand Priest, human form. 4. Saint Tyracles. 5. Margalla Void Behemoth. It's a good direction. Han Shao raised his eyebrows and nodded. Previously, he had become a Void Saint, and now that he had become a Void Angel, he was getting closer and closer to the end of the evolution of the Void system. Endless Multiplication Mutant was a terrifying creature. It could multiply its own flesh and blood cells endlessly through energy. As long as there was enough energy, it could expand endlessly without worrying about its genes collapsing and eventually turning into a planet of flesh and blood. At the same time, he could control the formed flesh and blood structure. For example, he could form a new type of monster with normal life cycle ability, create a flesh and blood brain for it, and then split it from his own body. This way, he could create a new type of mutated monster that was controlled by his main consciousness, but had its own consciousness. Saint Tyracles was an extinct race with excellent mechanical talents. Legend had it that they were natural-born mechanics. Margalla Void Behemoth was a void monster with an extremely strong body, similar to the Leviathan of the Void system. It was as famous as the Void Dragon race, but it was even rarer. After thinking for a while, Han Shao made his decision. He chose Void Angel and Saint Tyracles. The former was to maintain the evolution of the Void system, and the latter was to choose a talent that could increase the abilities of a mechanic. He now had quite a lot of Void talents. The reason why he did not choose Void Grand Priest was because it overlapped with many of the talents of Void Angel. Although Endless Multiplication Mutant was terrifying, Han Shao was not prepared to give up on his human form. He still had to be human. Margalla Void Behemoth was famous for being a tank. It was not that Han Shao was arrogant, but he felt that he was already a top-notch tank in this aspect, and there was no need to increase his ability to take a beating. All the talents of the two races were displayed before him, and he could choose one of them. Han Shao looked at it for a while and made his choice. You have received a new talent, Void God Power. You have received a new talent, Tyracle's Mechanical Legacy, Void God Power. Your understanding of the Void dimension has reached a whole new level. You can control the Void energy in a more efficient way, cleanse yourself, and increase your attributes in all aspects. Current total enhancement, plus 900 STR, plus 30% ability power. Tyracle's Mechanical Legacy. The experience of mechanics is the inherited memory of the Saint Tyracle's race. The Saint Tyracle's race has excellent talent in the mechanic class. The cost of leveling up any mechanic class skill will be reduced by 20%, including but not limited to mechanic class skills, blueprint skills, and so on. The inherited memory of the Saint Tyracle's race records their unique technological achievements. When the total level reaches LV20, LV60, LV100, LV160, LV200, LV260, LV320, and LV360, special race blueprints will be unlocked. Boom! His brain was spinning rapidly, and the void energy kept washing his body. It was as if he had been attacked by ice and fire at the same time, cold and hot. Your Black Star race talent, Mechanical Genius, has been improved. Mechanical Genius, total machinery affinity, has increased from 15x to 25x. Mechanical Creation Performance Bonus has increased from 30% to 40%. All mechanic class skills will be increased by 1 level. Your life has been improved. Your molecular structure has been improved. Your organ structure has been strengthened. Your metabolism has been changed. The potential of the Black Star race has been increased. You have received bonus stats, plus 334 STR, plus 320 DX, plus 470 Yendi, plus 767 INT, plus 580 MYS, plus 205 CHA, plus 8,000 energy. Energy Realm bonus stats have been changed. Every single cell in his body was vibrating, pumping out waves of energy. The tremendous waves they emitted directly affected the entire planet's environment. It was as if his entire body had become the eye of the storm. With him as the center, the planet's atmosphere formed the eye of the storm. In the fleet in outer space, Aurora, Fu Ding, Hardaway, and all the Black Star Guards were standing in front of the observation window, observing the environmental changes Han Shao was causing on the planet. What a terrifying high-energy reaction. Has His Excellency Black Star grown yet again? At his level, he can still increase his strength in such a short time. Hardaway was shocked. Although I've known him for a long time, he never fails to amaze me. Fu Ding shook his head. How can there be such a talented person in this world? He's practically a natural-born super. I've never heard of a beyond grade who grows so quickly. Hardaway's tone was both shocked and jealous. He had fought for a long time to become a beyond grade A, but he had yet to achieve his wish. On the other hand, Black Star was not only the fastest person in history to reach beyond grade A from 0, but he was also able to maintain a rapid growth in strength after entering beyond grade A. This was simply unheard of. Comparisons are odious. Hadavi had a look of envy and jealousy on his face. Not only him, but the other Black Star Guards were also shocked. Such a growth speed was simply unimaginable. Aurora clenched her fists nervously. Her palms were sweaty. This was the first time she had witnessed Han Zhao's promotion process after her Esper ability was formed. In her perception, Black Star's life force soared like a rocket, completely different from the common sense of beyond grade A. She could not help but be on tenterhooks, afraid that Han Zhao's promotion would fail. She was even prepared to consume 99% of her life force to help Han Shao. After a long time, the high-energy reaction gradually decreased. Looks like it succeeded. Just as everyone was about to heave a sigh of relief, they were shocked to find that the high-energy reaction that had just decreased suddenly soared again, instantly breaking through the previous highest level. It rose and fell like their blood pressure. A new storm appeared again. He just completed his promotion, and now it's happening again? Everyone was dumbfounded. They felt as if their worldview had been shattered. At this time, Han Xiao, who was in the center of the planetary storm, had already confirmed his class advancement on the interface. Your class advancement mission has been completed. You have received a new class, Divine Throne Mechanic. Chapter 947. Divine Throne Mechanic, LV. 1 plus 450 energy, plus 5 STR, plus 5 DX, plus 15 END, plus 20 INT. You have received 15 free attribute points and 1 potential point. You have received the talent, Key of Adeptus Mechanicus. You have received the talent, Spiritual Instrument. You have received the talent, Mechanical Force Enhancement, Creator's Heart. You have learned the ability, Universal Simulation. You have learned the ability, Dimension Factory. You have learned the ability, Virtual Paramount. You have learned the ability, Mechanical Tinder Proliferation. You have learned the ability, Mechanical Civilization Enhancement. You have learned the ability, Apostle Evolution. You have learned the ability, Fusion Mechanical Deity. You have learned the blueprint, Divine Mechanical Throne. All of your virtual technology skills and talents have their effects increased by 50%. A series of notifications popped up on the interface, dazzling Han Xiao. The surging energy spread out again, and with Han Xiao at the center, it formed an enormous tornado. Looking down from space, it looked like a pot of gray soup being stirred. Divine Throne Mechanic was a stage of transformation. The upper limit of Lord Mechanic was LV40, and it jumped to LV60. From Apostle, Emperor, Lord, and finally Divine Throne. This was the peak of mechanics in the explored universe. Mecha Empire, Manison was at the stage of Divine Throne Mechanic. Among the beyond grade, as in the world, no one could surpass him for the time being. At this level, all of his abilities had undergone a transformation. If the specialty of an Apostle Mechanic was that great power belonged to himself, the specialty of an Emperor Mechanic was the strengthening of the army style, and the specialty of a Lord Mechanic was the super long range of the all-map style and the ability to enchant Apostle weapons. Then the specialty of a Divine Throne Mechanic was that it had greatly strengthened the foundation of the three and pointed out a new direction. Han Xiao endured the pain of the transformation and carefully browsed through the interface, looking at the abilities that came with the class advancement. Key of Adeptus Mechanicus talent. Its basic effect was to increase machinery affinity by 200%. Its core effect was to establish his own machinery faith. As long as there were believers worshiping him as the god of machinery, he would receive feedback. The more believers he had, the stronger the feedback. There were many religions in the universe, and any Tom, Dick, and Harry could have believers. The machinery faith was a special religion in the universe, fanatically worshiping machinery and technology. It was a unity of materialism and idealism, worshiping every powerful mechanic and worshiping them as the god of machinery. Ever since Han Xiao had done so many things, he had actually gained a large number of believers of the machinery faith. Now, these believers could receive some feedback from him. Believing in a beyond grade, a mechanic who had the key of Adeptus Mechanicus could increase their machinery affinity. Manison had always been the main target of worship for the current machinery faith, and he had obtained a huge amount of power from his believers. Now, Han Xiao also had the right to obtain power from his believers. To put it bluntly, this was like harvesting leeks. This was something that Han Technician knew very well. The Spirit Instrument talent increased the success rate of gold-grade blueprints. If he could create Universal Treasure gold-grade equipment, he would receive additional bonuses. In Han Zhao's previous life, There was a saying that was widely spread on the forums that the 5 super systems represented the 5 directions of a true god. The pugilist system represented the body, the psychic system represented the mind, the mage system represented the control of the rules, the esper system represented the supernatural powers, and the mechanic system represented the equipment of the gods. Although this saying did not have any theoretical basis, it was indeed very interesting and made one's imagination run wild. Mechanical force ascension, creator's heart, was a core talent that increased machinery affinity by 450%, machinery production efficiency by 300%, and machinery creation performance by 40%. Just like mechanical force ascension, apostle's body, this was also an ability that allowed his mechanical force attributes to transform. At the same time, this talent also provided stronger personal attributes. According to the level of all mechanic skills, including blueprint skills, it would provide free attribute points. A single skill would give 1 point, level 7 would give 2 points, and level 10 would give 3 points. Currently, Han Zhao's official mechanic skills were all at the maximum level, which provided him 189 free attribute points. He also had thousands of blueprint skills, most of which were obtained through gambling and had not been upgraded. Among them, the blueprints that met the requirements provided him with a total of 2,128 free attribute points, which added up to 2,317 free attribute points. Although the total was not as good as all his attributes, he could freely add points to them. Furthermore, compared to the attributes that he would receive during his promotion, this skill had a very high growth rate. It provided him with a new way to obtain free attribute points. This was a channel for mechanics to convert knowledge. Knowledge was power, and the more he learned, the stronger he would be. Apart from these 3 talents, the new skills were basically all the cores of Divine Throne Mechanic. Universal Simulation was not a combat skill, but a creation skill. It allowed him to use machinery to simulate the operation of most things, including but not limited to various celestial bodies, natural phenomena, and so on. Other than the limitation of materials, it was like a creator. However, this creator only used machinery. As for the use of this ability, Han Xiao did not really understand it. According to his guess, this should be an ability that leaned towards living, and to a certain extent, it could jump out of the restrictions of blueprints. Nature was the best source of inspiration. Since ancient times, almost all civilizations that developed naturally had their starting point of technology imitating nature. Dimension Factory had similar functions to the secondary dimension army of the Emperor Mechanic. However, the difference was that the Dimension Factory was equivalent to opening up a logistics base in a secondary dimension. During war, the factory could be brought along at any time to collect the abandoned parts on the battlefield and reforge them. It could be used to create and repair machinery endlessly. The newly created machinery could be used on the battlefield immediately, and targeted equipment could be created on the spot. It was much stronger than the simple waste modification and advanced machinery construction, and its endurance was greatly increased. With the Dimension Factory, the Lord Mechanic's all-map fighting style would become complete. He would not have to worry about not having enough logistical support no matter where he went. Virtual Paramount was an ability that came from the virtual profession. If he had chosen the arm branch as his profession, the activated skill would be Sky Dome Structure. If he had chosen the energy branch, the activated skill would be Energy Plasticity. The basic effect of Virtual Paramount was a 200% increase in virtual technology, and all virtual skills plus 3 by default. Its core function was to open up a virtual world and occupy a place in the quantum network. Only virtual life forms and their own virtual souls could enter. It had many uses. It could be used as a breeding ground for virtual life forms to evolve nature. It could also be used as a fortress in the quantum network, releasing a large number of special AI hunters to hunt for information in the quantum network, intercepting data, or spreading viruses. When using Virtual Soul to virtualize the target's soul, it could also trap the target in this virtual world. Compared to the quantum network, The target's escape time would be greatly extended, and forcefully escaping would cause greater mental damage. Han Shao felt that Manison had relied on this ability to enslave the AI civilization. Mechanical tinder proliferation and machinery civilization strengthening were both talents that strengthened mechanical life forms. The former increased the efficiency of one's transformation into mechanical life forms, increasing the effect of tinder awakening. The latter strengthened one's subordinate mechanical life forms in many ways. The aspects of strengthening included reducing the tinder energy consumed by the mechanical life forms to reproduce, increasing the potential of the mechanical life forms, increasing the speed of reproduction, and so on. These two abilities played a huge role in the Mecha Empire's accumulation of a huge mechanical civilization army. Apostle evolution strengthened the effect of the Lord Mechanic's apostle life creation. It did not increase the number of apostle weapons, but it increased the strengthening effect of the apostle weapons, allowing the apostle weapons to have greater combat strength. Fusion, mechanical deity, was a transformation ability. With the main body or the Lord's avatar as the core, the Scatter Mech Legion would be merged into one, forming an extremely huge mechanical construct. It would become an extension of one's own body, controlling this super big guy to fight. As long as there were enough Mech Legion, it was not impossible for it to reach the size of a planet. This was a different kind of planetary construction project. This big guy had all the functions of the fusion machinery, and its attributes were extremely terrifying. It could traverse the universe with its huge body. This was the mechanical deity. The last blueprint, Divine Mechanical Throne, was a special equipment. It was a floating mechanical throne, similar to the one Han Shao had created in the past. However, this one had a special effect. Sitting on it could increase one's machinery affinity, obtaining a 1x increase in machinery affinity. Therefore, it was not unreasonable for some beyond grade as to like the mechanical throne. Of course, most of it was for the sake of being cool. The number of skills he obtained during this class advancement might be the most in history. It was enough to show how terrifying the Divine Throne Mechanic stage was. The increase in my strength this time is too great. Even though the class advancement process was not over, this bit of pain was unable to suppress Han Zhao's excitement. After completing the level 300 promotion and class advancement, he had truly stepped onto the level of ES God, the Mecha Empire, and the Dark Emperor. Chapter 948. At the same time, in a dynasty military outpost not far away from this ancient battlefield planet, an ear-piercing alarm sounded. Warning! Warning! High-energy reaction source detected. Eruption frequency 917B/MS. Energy spectrum deviation index plus 78. 7 plus 134. 5. Calculating energy wave model. Calculation complete. Model type, Anupole explosion. Matching database. Matching complete. Possibilities, dimensional rift opening, 42%. Descent of high-dimensional god, ethereal, 31%. Primordial psionic energy pollution, 24%. Sudden collapse of supernova, 4%. Beyond grade A self-destruction, 88%. Activating K0081 plan. Immediately send out unmanned spaceships for on-site investigation. Woo woo woo. The alarm sounded, and the soldiers in the military outpost immediately returned to their posts. The pilots came to the cockpit of the drones and activated virtual piloting. Then, a large number of short-range hyperdrive drones were released from the port of the outpost. Under the remote control of the pilots, they turned into streams of light and flew toward the coordinates of the energy explosion. Very soon, they arrived at the coordinates. From afar, they could see a fleet hovering outside the atmosphere of the planet. At this moment, the terrifying energy waves swept across the entire planet time and time again. The atmosphere of this ancient battlefield planet was already a mess. This is the Red Empire's unmanned reconnaissance team. Please report your identity immediately. As soon as the two sides met, the dynasty's sentries immediately opened the wide area network and requested to check their identities. At the same time, they activated a 3D scan and scanned the spaceships of this fleet from afar. After checking, they were immediately shocked. It was the fleet of the Black Star Corps. At this moment, Aurora picked up the communication. "This is the fleet led by Black Star himself. What are you guys doing here?" Seeing that it was an ally, the dynasty's sentries immediately relaxed, and their attitude instantly became friendly. "We detected a high energy reaction. What happened here?" The dynasty's sentries gestured to the abnormal phenomenon on the planet. "This was done by Black Star. He's on the planet." "That's Black Star?" When the dynasty's sentries thought of the possibility of the data calculation, everyone was shocked. Could it really be the most likely, beyond grade A self-destruction? Black Star had exploded? Thinking of this, the hearts of the dynasty's sentries suddenly sank, and a wave of sadness appeared in their hearts. His Excellency Black Star died in the line of duty? Aurora was puzzled. "What's going on? Why are you cursing people out of the blue?" After explaining, the Imperial Sentinel realized that he had misunderstood. In fact, they could not be blamed for this misunderstanding. The data matching had always been very reliable. Before Han Shao, the life evolution of a Beyond Grade A had always been subtle. No Beyond Grade A had ever stepped into a higher level in one step. Han Zhao's rapid advancement had condensed the process countless times, and when the energy waves were stacked together, the degree was extremely terrifying. This was the first time the Imperial Sentinels had encountered such a situation, and because there was no corresponding example in their database, they had made the wrong judgment. However, from today onwards, Han Shao would become the first reference case in the database, and possibly the only one. Since they were there, the Imperial sentries did not leave immediately, but simply moved to the side of Black Star's fleet to observe the anomalies on the planet and collect data. Aurora originally wanted to chase them away, but after thinking about it, she did not stop the dynasty's actions. The Black Star Corps had been under a lot of pressure recently, and they needed some opportunities to increase their reputation. With the dynasty coming to investigate, they could increase the importance of the dynasty's upper echelons toward them. And at the same time, they could borrow the dynasty's hand to increase Black Star's influence again. After following Han Shao for so long, the way she thought about problems was more and more similar to that of Han Shao. After a while, the high-energy reaction on the planet gradually decreased, and the highest eruption period passed. The transformation process gradually came to an end, and the cells slowly quietened down from their highly active state. The uncontrollable energy dissipated less and less, and the pain receded like the tide. Opening the interface, Han Shao summarized the improvements of this advancement. First, in terms of race enhancement, the Black Spirit race's unique talent had increased, bringing more bonuses. One should not underestimate the increase of 0.1 x total affinity. To Han Shao, it would increase his machinery affinity by at least a few hundred points, not to mention the +1 effect of his mechanic class abilities. The two race talents that came with the evolution of the species were both the core abilities of the species, and they were both growth talents. Void Divine Power gave him a total of 4,500 attribute points and a 30% increase in ability strength. This was also one of the abilities that came with the evolution of the Void race. Tyrakul's Mechanical Legacy currently gave him a 360% increase in machinery affinity. However, the core of this talent was the unique blueprints that were unlocked at different levels. These were the essence of the research accumulated by the species. Han Shao flipped through some of the unique blueprints, and they were all very high-quality equipment. He expanded his blueprint library, and there were a few technologies that even surprised him. He still needed to slowly digest them. The St. Tyrakul's race perished during the exploration era, and the reason was similar to the evolutionary civilization. However, their information was not lost. Most of the technology left behind by this civilization was received and digested by the Radiant Federation, allowing the Radiant Federation to add a thick branch to their technology tree. It was said that when they were building the multi-dimensional sky-opening transportation device, they had borrowed a portion of the St. Tyracle's race's technology. The unique blueprints unlocked at level 300 involved many fields, and they were all very difficult to create. However, there were no blueprints for gold equipment among them. Han Xiao estimated that the blueprints for universal treasures of the St. Tyracle's race would only appear when he unlocked them at level 360. In terms of class advancement, he was already on the same starting line as Mecha Empire Manison, but there was still a gap between them. What the Divine Throne mechanic had, Manison had, and what Manison had, Han Xiao did not. For example, the perfect mechanical sense that he could not forget and his unique talent. However, in terms of being a tank, Han Xiao was far superior to Manison. Although his mechanical abilities were inferior to Manison's, his other abilities had closed the gap between the two of them. However, due to the existence of the key of Mecha Faith talent, the true strength of the Mecha Empire was unfathomable. After so many years, he had always been recognized as the top mechanic in the explored universe. He had gathered countless believers of the Mecha Faith, and his position was unshakable. Out of 10 units of believers, he alone had 8 units. The key of Mecha Faith was an all-round improvement. Be it his basic attributes, machinery affinity, manufacturing efficiency, creation performance, or ability strength, he could obtain a percentage increase from it. Thinking about the huge believers of the Mecha Empire, Han Xiao felt pressured. Only when he reached the level of others could he truly understand how strong they were. If I want to fully utilize the effects of this talent, I'll have to fight with the Mecha Empire for my position in the Mecha Faith. Only by competing with them in terms of machinery will I be able to snatch away the believers on their side. Han Xiao shook his head. He originally did not want to provoke Manison, but Manison had already become an obstacle in his path. Once Manison knows that I've reached this level, he'll probably see me as an obstacle as well. A mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. It's still too early to say all this. I still need a lot of time to familiarize myself with my new ability. It's not the time to fight with Manison yet. Han Xiao exhaled, suppressed his worries, and browsed through his new ability again. At the same time, he threw all the free attribute points from Mechanical Force Sublimation, Creator's Heart, into Intelligence. After completing this step, Han Xiao took a look at the entire attribute panel. Level 301 Main Class, Mechanic Race, Black Star Race Attributes, 6,736 STR, 6,405 DX, 9,664 YND, 17453 INT, 5,230 MYS, 1,368 CHA, 1 LUK free attribute points, 15 potential points, 7 health, 9, 695, 991 stamina, 7, 832, 880 energy, 128,452 LV, 19 LV, 19 energy bonus, plus 2,026 STR, plus 2,488 DX, plus 3,120 Yindi, plus 3,425 INT, plus 1,923 MYS, plus 681520 stamina limit, plus 2,712% machinery affinity, super electromagnetic induction, energy rank, 71130 grade, SS rank, S bonus points, plus 100 Yindi, plus 35% all resistances, plus 32%. Highest attribute, plus 20% other attributes, plus 750 free attribute points, and plus 50 potential points. Seeing the huge changes in his attributes interface, Han Xiaoxin took in a deep breath. When he was at level 280, his energy rank was about 55,000, and it had increased by almost 20,000. This was not all because of this promotion. During this period of time, he had learned all the class knowledges, activated the additional talents, obtained heroic wrists from the Dragon Emperor, and increased his energy to level 19. All of these factors combined to give him such a huge increase in strength. The changes to his attributes were also very frightening. His intelligence had almost doubled, and this included the 2,000 points given by Omnipotent Mechanic, the 1,600 points given by Divine Void Power, and the 2,300 free attribute points given by Mechanical Force Sublimation, Creator's Heart. His stamina had also improved, and his health was close to 10 million. Among all the beyond grade, as he knew, only the old dragon had more health than him. Even Tai Tai had to step aside. My grade has reached SS. Han Xiao nodded. With the increase in his energy rank, his grade S bonuses also increased. His stamina bonus went from 50 to 100, and his other effects were also increased. This grade was commonly known as the peak of Beyond Grade A. SS was higher than S+, but it still belonged to Grade S and was not a qualitative change from the Calamity grade to the Beyond Grade A. What ES God wanted was to break through the boundary of Grade SS and open up a whole new level of combat strength. Han Xiao looked at the upgrade cost, and, as expected, it had increased greatly. The experience he had accumulated in version 3.0 was almost used up, and with the little experience he had left, he could only level up 3 or 4 more times, which was not significant. Han Xiao decided not to level up, leaving the experience to level up his skills. It was more cost-effective. During the version update, it will not be easy to level up again. I need to stabilize and digest these abilities, then start accumulating them for a long time. Han Xiao thought to himself. The biggest difference between him and the Mecha Empire was the wealth he had accumulated over the years. After sorting out the abilities of this promotion, Han Xiao stretched his extremely relaxed limbs and flew back to his spaceship. Many officers had been waiting there for a long time, and they all stared at him with a mixture of shock, envy, and surprise. Han Xiao's evolution process had really overturned everyone's understanding, leaving a shock in their hearts. How did you do it? Hardaway could not help but ask, his eyes glowing like a wolf, as though he could not wait to strip Han Xiao naked and examine him carefully from the inside out to see which part was different from the others. Han Xiao glanced at him and said, "If you had used the time you spent playing cards to train, you might have become a Beyond Grade A super long ago." "Like hell I believe you." Hardaway was furious. Aurora pursed her lips and said worriedly, "Will there be any side effects?" She felt that such a method of evolution was against common sense, and it was too intense. There might be negative consequences. After effects, Han Xiao pondered. If becoming handsome counts as after effects, I might be beyond cure. Shut up. Aurora rolled her eyes. Although you're indeed very charming, I still have to say, I've never seen such a shameless person before. However, the worry in her heart was also reduced by quite a bit. Blackstar knew what she was capable of. If there was really something wrong, he would have pestered her for the life essence long ago. Fu Ding walked forward and hugged Han Xiao lightly, smiling from the bottom of his heart. Congratulations. During the Secret War, he had witnessed Han Xiao enter the Beyond Grade A super from the Calamity grade, and he was the only person present who was calm. His trust in Han Xiao's potential was far beyond what others could imagine. At this time, the dynasty's Sentry fleet also sent a message of greeting. "Greetings, Your Excellency Black Star." "Oh, when did you guys arrive?" Han Xiao was immersed in his new ability and did not notice. "We've been here for quite a while." The dynasty's Sentry hesitated. "Your Excellency Black Star, what happened to you just now?" It's not a big deal. My strength has increased a little." Han Xiao chuckled. Hearing this, the dynasty's Sentry was speechless. Such a huge commotion, and you're telling me it's only a little? Do you think I'm a 50-year-old kid? The dynasty's Sentry suppressed the ridicule in his heart and asked carefully, "Your Excellency Black Star, we'll report the situation here truthfully. Do you have any objections?" If it were any other time, he would have directly reported it according to the procedure. However, after witnessing the entire process of Han Xiao's promotion, he did not dare not ask for Han Xiao's opinion. Han Xiao nodded and did not mind. It doesn't matter. Just report it truthfully. In any case, he could not hide this matter. He could not wait for the upper echelons of the dynasty to know that his strength had increased again. It would be even better if the dynasty could give him more money. The dynasty's sentry was overjoyed. He thanked him and left the place, turning into a hyperdrive stream of light. Watching the dynasty's reconnaissance team leave, Han Shao retracted his gaze and narrowed his eyes, which flashed with a sharp light. Since he had completed his advancement, it was time to follow his original plan and deal with the tyrant, so that he wouldn't get any worse. It was a good opportunity to test how strong he had become. "Humph, little Tai Tai, I'm coming to play with you." Shattered Star Ring, Black Star Corps Headquarters, Army Commander's exclusive mechanical warehouse. In the dark and silent room, the sound of a mechanical device opening suddenly sounded. Chi! An equipment maintenance box was opened from inside, and two dazzling lights appeared from the darkness. A mechanical body walked out. Its eyes were shining like the sun, carrying Han Zhao's consciousness. Looking back, it flicked its finger, and a dazzling blue-gold mechanical force flowed out, activating all the equipment boxes in the warehouse. Ka. Boxes after boxes were opened one after another, and all the stored mechanical soldiers were activated, walking out one by one. The mechanical body walked out of the warehouse with the reserve mech legion. The Lord had descended. At the same time, in Bloodshed Land, clank. The two wine glasses collided with each other, making a crisp sound. The wine in the glasses swirled and swayed. In the middle of the hall was a long, luxurious dining table filled with sumptuous dishes. There were only two people in the room, Heber and the host that Sorokin's consciousness were sitting opposite each other. They raised their glasses and clinked them. This was a celebratory meeting. Thanks to His Excellency Tyrant's influence, our cooperation has been on the right track. I am very happy to work with you. Sorokin smiled and took a sip of wine. Humph, we're just taking what we need. Although Sorokin was the child of wealth, Heber did not have a good impression of him. Without any pretense, he finished the wine in one gulp and put down the glass. However, the wine glass was placed on the edge of the table and did not stand properly. It shook and fell to the ground. Heber was about to reach out to grab it, but for some reason, he suddenly frowned and watched the glass fall. The glass fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. What happened to you? Sorokin was confused. With their strength, it was impossible for them not to react. He did not know why Heber was stunned. Heber stared at the broken pieces of the wine glass on the ground and frowned. For some reason, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. It was as if something bad was about to happen. Chapter 949, Shattered Star Ring, Soul Cluster Border, Cross Star Cluster Stargate. The Klent Kingdom's territory was connected to the Purple Crystal Civilization's Colton Star Cluster. They were separated by a desolate universe belt and connected by stargates. After the end of the Secret War, the state of emergency between the two sides was lifted and the civilian stargates were reopened, allowing the people of the two star clusters to return to normal. At this moment, at the observation post stationed at the Stargate Station, the sentinel on duty today was slacking off openly. He turned a blind eye to the fleet of spaceships that had passed through the Stargate. He held a communicator in his hand and stared at it without blinking. He was a complete case of someone with severe head-bowing syndrome. Ever since the Secret War ended, Clint and Purple Crystal had both rested. Furthermore, the Black Star Corps had joined the Red Empire, so the two civilizations did not have many chances to have conflict. Nothing happened for many years, so the Sentinels gradually relaxed. This could not be blamed on their lack of professionalism. The main reason was that most of the spaceships were inspected by artificial intelligence, and there were very few opportunities for manual inspection. Thus, most of the time, they were either in a daze or slacking off. The virtual singer is so awesome. On the screen of the communicator was the virtual image of a Clint beauty. She was wearing thin clothes and was dancing nimbly. Her melodious voice was like the sound of a clear spring. The sentinel on duty had an infatuated look on his face. He shook his legs crazily, swiped the screen with his finger, and sent out a few virtual gifts bought with real money. This software was an entertainment software that was popular in the entire universe. It could customize virtual images according to the aesthetics of different races. Other than the appearance, it could also choose the personality of the artificial intelligence. It could be tried out in any style. After creating a virtual image, it could interact with the other party in all kinds of ways. For example, it could let her sing songs arranged by the artificial intelligence or play Wayne cards with her online. It could even be tipped. It could basically be treated as a real person. After becoming a member, it could let the other party show a 3D projection that was the size of a real person. If there were further requirements, it could contact the official website to buy a virtual image service. This way, it could be touched by the 3D projection. There were also youth and adult versions. If one did not want to create a virtual image, they could also find the image templates shared by other users in the database. They could choose any race, any appearance, and any taste. In this era, the degree of interstellar integration was very high, but there were still many autistic people. Compared to making real friends, they preferred to create perfect virtual friends, brothers, children, partners, and so on. In the interstellar era, the otaku market was extremely prosperous. It was really easy to earn money from otakus. It was worth mentioning that this software was developed by one of the sub-brands of the Limitless Financial Group. The annual income was extremely frightening, and the money earned in 1 year was theoretically enough to buy the entire Bloodshed Land. The sentinel on duty was admiring his dream lover with infatuation. Suddenly, an AI voice that made one's heart turn cold rang out. Detected a special marked transit, proceeding to manual inspection. The sentry on duty, who was shaking his leg, was startled by the sudden sound. He almost threw the communicator away. After calming himself down, he put down the communicator impatiently. With resentment for being disturbed, he turned around to operate the inspection system. Who is it? The Black Star Corps. Instantly, the sentry on duty woke up from his stupor. It was the Black Star Corps that had submitted the transit inspection. In a database of civilian stargates like this, there were some special marked people, such as galactic wanted criminals. Due to the grudges of the secret war and Black Star's increasing influence, Clint added the Black Star Corps to the list of marked people. Anyone with the identity of the Black Star Corps who came to Clint's territory had to be reported by the people in the Stargate station. The sentry on duty knew that he did not have the authority to inspect, so he immediately informed his team leader. The team leader then informed the person in charge of the Stargate station and sent the information up the chain of command to the upper echelons of the civilization. Not long after, the upper echelons gave the order to allow the Black Star Corps to cross the border. Very soon, a small fleet with the insignia of the Black Star Army sailed out of the Stargate, turning into a stream of light and leaving a trail of flames behind, which was reflected in the eyes of the sentries on duty. Although the Black Star Corps was allowed to cross the border, the upper echelons of Clint were still in shock. Normally, the Black Star Corps did not interact with them at all and would not come to the Soul Cluster. They did not know what they were going to do with this sudden visit. They had to send someone to follow them and monitor them. To Clint's surprise, the news of the Black Star Corps suddenly visiting their territory spread like wildfire and was quickly made known to many organizations and galactic residents in the Shattered Star Ring. Clint knew very well the reason behind this. Someone must have been spreading the news behind the scenes. After thinking about it, only the Black Star Corps would do this. Clint did not understand the actions of the Black Star Corps at first, but when they realized that this fleet was heading toward the Bloodshed Land, the upper echelons of Clint finally understood. That's right, it must be the recent actions of the Bloodshed Land that attracted the Black Star Corps. Clint did not know the truth behind the alliance between the Bloodshed Land and the Limitless Financial Group. They only knew that the Bloodshed Land's strength had increased tremendously because of this and was taking away the benefits of the Black Star Corps. Heber was their ally, and Clint wanted to use some means to protect him. However, by the time they realized it was already too late. The news of the Black Star Corps' target being the Bloodshed Land had already spread. Now, more than half of the Shattered Star Ring knew that the Black Star Corps was going to do something to Heber. Furthermore, the Black Star Corps had even publicized the itinerary of this fleet, not hiding their purpose at all. Every day, the distance between them and the Bloodshed Land headquarters was getting shorter and shorter. With such a high-profile campaign, many galactic residents in the Shattered Star Ring were waiting for a good show to happen and looked forward to the meeting between the two parties. The topic of public opinion had already become a hot topic, and Clint could not do anything even if they wanted to. After more than half a month of waiting, the Black Star Fleet finally arrived at the Bloodshed Land headquarters. In the sky above the Bloodshed Land headquarters, fleets filled the sky like a cloud of steel. All the Vanguard officials had been summoned back, leading different fleets and waiting for the arrival of the fleet. Heber stood on the ground of the planet with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the dark sky with an expressionless face, not saying a word. According to the itinerary announced by the Black Star Corps, today was the day that this fleet would arrive. When he realized that the Black Star Corps was coming toward him, Heber knew that his bad premonition had come true. However, this was his territory, and he would not and could not run. Not only that, Heber had even made the moving headquarters stop on the spot and wait for the arrival of the Black Star Fleet, purposely showing that he was not panicking at all. This was to prevent people from thinking that he was afraid of Black Star and manipulating the headquarters to run away and delay the journey. In fact, Heber did not understand the intention of Black Star's actions. He did not think that Black Star would dare to start an internal conflict between the dynasty's allies. Is this guy trying to use this method to intimidate me? You're clearly waiting in the dynasty's territory and not coming here personally. You want me to be afraid of you? Humph, what wishful thinking. Therefore, Heber was very calm and only wanted to see what Han Shao was up to. Although he felt that Han Shao would not do it for real, he still had to put on a show. Therefore, he made the fleet at the headquarters enter a state of alert. As for whether or not the fleet that was about to arrive would suddenly make a detour to play tricks on him, Heber did not even consider this possibility. If he really did that, it would be embarrassing for the Black Star Corps. After waiting for a while, light spots suddenly lit up at the end of his vision and stopped not far away from planet Heber in the blink of an eye, revealing the appearance of the Black Star Fleet and confronting the Bloodshed Land Fleet. The size of the fleets of the two sides could not be compared. Heber's fleet had more than 1 million spaceships, while the Black Star Fleet only had a few dozen spaceships. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. On the other side, the Clint fleet had also arrived. Other than that, there were many galactic residents and media personnel who came to join in the fun. These people had followed the Black Star Corps' itinerary and had arrived early, preparing to watch the scene with force. Heber snorted, took out his communicator, opened the public communication channel, and said calmly, "Black Star Corps, I did not invite you." "Black Star, I haven't invited you recently, and you didn't say that you were going to visit me in advance. So, what do you mean by coming uninvited?" Hearing this, the galactic residents who came to join in the fun became excited. They could hear the smell of gunpowder in this sentence and waited for Black Star's response. After waiting for a while, a cold mechanical voice sounded in the public communication channel. There were no pleasantries and went straight to the point, bringing about a cold atmosphere. "Heber, do you still remember our unfinished battle?" Heber's eyes narrowed. Without waiting for him to answer, Han Zhao's mechanical body continued. "Back then, when I just became a beyond grade A, you asked me to fight. Because of the dynasty, that battle ended without a result. The victor between us has yet to be determined." Umph. Heber's tone turned cold. "So, you're here to issue a challenge?" "That's right." Han Shao said calmly. "Back then, you wanted to bully me when I just became a beyond grade A. Now is the time. I'm here to settle this score with you. In 20 days, I'll fight you in the Soul Cluster. You can choose the location." 20 days? Heh, can you rush back from the dynasty's territory? "Don't worry, only the 2 million mech legion in this fleet and one of my lord's avatars will fight you." Han Shao slowly said, "Don't tell me you're scared. Where's the confidence you had when you asked me to fight you? I just became a beyond grade A super a few years ago, and you don't dare to fight me?" The mechanical life forms were all in the flickering world. Han Shao did not bring any apostle weapons this time. Only a lord's avatars and a batch of mechanical soldiers in the headquarters warehouse. These mechanical soldiers were all built before he advanced to level 300, so they did not receive Han Zhao's current construction bonus. Hearing this, Heber was instantly annoyed. After the battle on Planet Lighthouse, Heber knew that he was probably not Han Zhao's opponent, but the prerequisite was that Han Shao personally appeared. However, he did not even bring an apostle weapon, only a lord's avatars and a team of mech legion. And you dare to challenge me? You're looking down on me too much. Heber's face was frosty, and he said with a deep voice, "You don't dare to come personally, right? Are you worried that you won't be able to escape if you lose?" Humph, using a group of mechanical soldiers to challenge me. Even if I destroy them, you'll still be very safe, right? Think whatever you want. I've already issued the challenge. Do you dare to accept it? Han Shao was unmoved. Heber immediately began to plan in his mind, but he suddenly realized that Han Shao had already blocked his escape route. Firstly, the matter had already blown up, and the title of the tyrant did not allow him to admit defeat. Secondly, when he bullied Han Shao, who had just become a beyond grade A super, Han Shao accepted the challenge very quickly. If he hesitated and rejected the challenge now, it would mean that he was afraid of Han Shao, and outsiders would think that he only bullied the weak and feared the strong. The deterrence of the title of the tyrant would plummet. I see. So this is your plan? Heber was furious. Settling the grudges was just an excuse to force him into a situation where he could not refuse. In essence, it was still because of the recent competition. He had destroyed the Black Star Corps' plan to amalgamate their interests. So the other party started from the core and issued a challenge publicly, intending to use their fists to do the talking. Black Star, your timing is really good. You made it difficult for me to back down. I can't refuse. Heber was so angry that he laughed. All right, I'll accept your challenge. Black Star, things have been going too smoothly for you recently, and you're getting more and more arrogant. Let me give you a defeat and wake you up. If Han Zhao's main body came, Heber knew that he would not be his match. However, it was just a doppelganger leading an army, so he did not think that he would lose. How dare you look down on me like this? Do you really think that I, the tyrant, am made of mud? Very good, I'll wait for your news. Seeing that Heber had accepted, this Black Star fleet turned around and left, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Let's go. Heber snorted and waved his hand, ordering the fleet to land. He coldly glanced at the spectators before walking back into the palace. His tall and muscular figure also disappeared from everyone's sight. The galactic residents who had watched the entire process were excited. Many of them had seen the battle between the two of them many years ago. Now, history was repeating itself in front of them. However, this time, the roles were reversed. There's going to be a good show. The last time the dynasty stepped in, the two of them did not win. I wonder if the dynasty will still intervene this time. It can't be. They should have no reason to interfere. They did not stop the tyrant from fighting last time, so how can they stop Black Star from settling the score this time? So this is Black Star's battle of revenge. He's finally planning to take revenge. I knew it. The two of them have always been at odds. Even if they're allies, there's bound to be a battle. Countless galactic residents were discussing in the channel. At the same time, in the Bloodshed Lands headquarters, the host possessed by Sorokin frowned as he looked in the direction that the Black Star fleet had left. Black Star's move was extremely bold, and it was suspected of instigating internal strife. Sorokin had guessed that this would happen, but he did not expect Black Star to really do it. If they could really defeat the tyrant, Black Star would be able to hold his head high, and it would indeed reduce the competitiveness of the Bloodshed Land to a certain extent. However, the price would be that the tyrant's reputation would plummet. The way he saw it, the Red Empire would not allow such a situation to happen so easily. The deterrence of a beyond grade A ally was equivalent to a bargaining chip for the dynasty. If you really succeed, my plan will become more and more difficult. Sorokin frowned and fell into deep thought. Chapter 950. As the news spread, the news of Black Star issuing a challenge to the tyrant quickly spread throughout the Shattered Star Ring and the various star fields. The grudges between the two of them were dug up by the spectators from all over the country, adding a lot of interesting gimmick to this battle and attracting a lot of attention. Conflicts between allies of advanced civilizations were not unheard of in history. Although they were all working for the same civilization, the allies were not of the same mind and were only doing it for mutual benefits. Furthermore, there were differences in the amount of resources, so there were bound to be conflicts. As long as the conflicts between allies did not cross the line and cause serious internal strife, the advanced civilizations would not intervene. Firstly, they did not intend for all of their allies to maintain a good relationship with each other. Secondly, competition brought vitality. Thirdly, there were many problems with the distribution of benefits that even the advanced civilizations would not be able to resolve. Black Star issuing a challenge to the tyrant was a boundary that the dynasty could not interfere with. This matter also reached the conference table of the dynasty's upper echelons. Central Galaxy, Planet Crimson Ring, conference room of the upper echelons. A few days ago, Black Star officially issued a challenge to the tyrant, challenging him to a battle in 20 days. The tyrant agreed, and this news has spread like wildfire. Everyone, what do you think? At the head of the table, Urinril's slender fingers tapped on the table. She looked around at the upper echelons, but no one had an opinion. Black Star did not discuss this with us. Doing this will affect the dynasty's influence in the Shattered Star Ring. This is not a good thing, an upper echelon said solemnly. Indeed, the dynasty's external environment is worrying. To us, maintaining the stability of a star field is the most important. I feel that we should intervene in this matter, someone said. On the other side, someone had a different opinion. This person was an official from the ruler's faction. You can't say that. Black Star's actions are understandable. A few years ago, the tyrant challenged Black Star, who had just entered the Beyond Grade A realm, to a battle. Black Star thus joined the dynasty and received our protection. Now that he has grown stronger, it's normal for him to want to settle the grudges from before. Seeing this, an official from a neutral faction also spoke up. That's right. Back then, we did not stop the tyrant, because Black Star only joined us after accepting the challenge. A Beyond Grade A's agreement cannot be taken back so easily, so we should not stop Black Star's challenge. Only then would it be fair. That's right. Furthermore, Bloodshed Land's recent actions have affected the interests of the Black Star Corps. If we side with the tyrant, it will greatly affect Black Star's impression of the dynasty. But the tyrant's reputation, the officials present were divided into two sides. One side supported intervention, while the other supported inaction. However, the ones who spoke were the daily active figures of the various factions. They were the lackeys. Their job was to throw a brick to attract Jade and indirectly convey the faction's position. The true bigwigs of the factions did not say a word at this moment. Urinril listened calmly and looked at the chief commander of the exploration army, Terakov. Terakov, what do you think? As soon as this was said, the entire place fell silent. Everyone knew that it was time for the bigwigs to make a decision. Only their words carried weight. Black Star, I'm very familiar with him. Terakov smiled. I believe that he knows what he's doing. Urinril nodded and looked at Bekarodi, one of the leaders of the hardliners. What about you? Bekarodi's face was dark. He glanced at Ludwell, who had a smile that did not seem like a smile, and slowly said, I support neutrality. Hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed past Urinril's eyes, and she was a little surprised. She knew that Bekarodi had always been in the hardline faction and did not like Black Star at all times. It was as though his wife had been slept with by Black Star. She had asked Bekarodi just now to get his opposing opinion. However, she did not expect Bekarodi to stand on Black Star's side. Supporting neutrality meant supporting Black Star. Everyone present knew that if the battle continued, the tyrant's reputation would be severely damaged, and Black Star's reputation would soar. What Heber did not know was that in the eyes of the dynasty's upper echelons, Even if his opponent was just a doppelganger of Black Star, his chances of winning were less than 10%. Not long ago, the dynasty's outpost had submitted the observation report of Black Star's promotion, and this report had caused a commotion among the dynasty's upper echelons. Black Star had only entered the Beyond Grade A realm for a few years, and the battle on Planet Lighthouse and the fall of Yes God had both shown his growth. Originally, the dynasty thought that he would be quiet for a period of time, but Black Star seemed to have drunk high-energy oil and soared into the sky. He had actually grown in such a short period of time. Compared to the evolution speed of a Beyond Grade, a mere few years was simply too short a time. Although they did not know what level Black Star had reached. According to the Dark Emperor's speculation, Black Star might be close to the peak of the Beyond Grade A realm, which was a few decades earlier than expected. Even the Dark Emperor was shocked, saying that he had never seen such a monster before. Therefore, in the eyes of the dynasty, the tyrant's chances of winning were pitifully low. They even suspected that Black Star had only sent a doppelganger to provoke the tyrant and make the tyrant feel that he had a chance of winning. The result of this battle was predictable. Black Star would become the dynasty's main representative in the Shattered Star Ring, and although the tyrant's organization would continue to grow in terms of deterrence and status, he would always be suppressed by Black Star. He would never be on the same level as Black Star like before. This meant that in the eyes of outsiders, Black Star would sit at the top of the Beyond Grade, as in the Shattered Star Ring. Unravel was naturally willing to see this happen, so the ruler's faction was all on Black Star's side. She had originally thought that there would definitely be someone who would insist on interfering with the battle today, but she did not expect that Beccarodi, who was the most likely to cause trouble in her heart, would actually change his position. Frowning, Unravel then looked at Ludwell. I also support being neutral. Ludwell's expression did not change, but it was not because he was grateful to Black Star. He had always been on the side of the ruler's faction. Furthermore, he was not as radical as the hardliners, who thought that suppressing Black Star was the last resort. He was more interested in exchanging for or purchasing the evolution cube. Today is really strange. Why are both of them so easy to talk to? Unravel thought to herself. Hearing this, Beccarodi narrowed his eyes and looked at Ludwell with deep meaning. Just a few days ago, Sorokin, who he had an agreement with, had sent him a private message, expressing his hope that he would stop the battle. Beccarodi also knew the pros and cons. If he allowed Black Star's reputation to continue rising, Sorokin's plan would be even more difficult to achieve. If it was under normal circumstances, he would definitely insist on interfering. However, the situation now was different. Ludwell had talked to him more than half a month ago, and there was a deeper meaning in his words. Beccarodi could only ignore Sorokin's opinion and temporarily restrain himself. He would observe the situation. Scheming for the evolution cube was good, but self-preservation was more important. There was some silence in the conference room, and the atmosphere was strange. When the high-ranking officials of the other faction saw that these big shots had unified their opinions, no one jumped out to object, and they all agreed. Since no one has any objections, Unravel felt that this was going too smoothly. Calming herself down, she slowly said, "It's decided then. As long as Black Star does not go overboard, such as killing or crippling the tyrant, we will not interfere." Understood. Everyone nodded, each with their own thoughts. Black Star and the tyrant are fighting? In the group chat of the Red Empire Beyond Grade, as Bayoni spoke with great interest, which instantly blew up all the lurkers. I knew that the two of them would fight one day. Milizos snorted. Don't say anything else. Let's start. Bayoni rubbed his palms together. A small bet for fun. I'll bet on Black Star, 50 million anus. Ravenloudy chuckled, not embarrassed at all about selling out the tyrant. I'm very familiar with Heber, so I'm very clear about his strength. Viru rubbed his chin. So I'll bet on Black Star, 10 million anus. Black Star, 200 million. Lotus Swordsman said calmly. Oi, you're all betting on Black Star. How are we going to start? Milizaus was dissatisfied. Simple. You call all the ancient ones over, and I'll call the Radiant Federation and Arcane Church allies over. It'll only be interesting with more people. The third strongest national pillar, who was usually lurking, appeared and joined in the fun. Great, great. Milizaus laughed. Although the Arcane Church had injured him, they had suffered more losses than him, so he did not hold any grudges against them. The Beyond Grade, a circle, was only so big. Although they belonged to different advanced civilizations, some of them still had personal relationships with each other. The third strongest national pillar had a good relationship with many Beyond Grade, as from the other two civilizations. The allies of the three universal civilizations and the ancient ones basically included more than half of the Beyond Grade, as in the explored universe. It would not be an exaggeration to call this a grand event. As for the battle between Black Star and the Tyrant, not only were they not worried, they even wanted to watch the show. Their status as allies did not have much restriction on them. Only the true direct descendants of the dynasty would think for the dynasty wholeheartedly. They were all Beyond Grade, as how could there be a good show if they did not fight? In a certain distant star field, on a certain blood-red planet. On the blood-red planet, an endless beast horde was like a black ocean, constantly charging toward a red figure in the center. Countless broken beast corpses fell on the ground, and blue blood seeped into the soil, leaving blue patches on the red planet. These beasts were ferocious galactic creatures that could hibernate and drift in the universe. Once they landed on a planet, they would rapidly reproduce and eat everything on the planet's surface, causing disasters to fall from the sky. In a prosperous star field, these galactic creatures had already been wiped out. However, in some remote and desolate areas, there were still nests. At this moment, the center of the beast horde was constantly exploding with dense crimson energy. The energy swept past, reaping lives and blasting the beasts into pieces. Hela's eyes were as cold as ice, and there was nothing in her eyes other than the beast horde. Death energy poured out like it was free, and the soul energy of the dead beast seeped in her body and continuously strengthened her Esper ability. In the sky, Ames floated in midair, looking down at Hela, killing the beast horde alone, not interfering. Coming out to train was not a sightseeing trip. If Hela wanted her Esper ability to grow quickly, the fastest shortcut was to slaughter a planet. However, this time, the targets were all kinds of ferocious beasts. The battle lasted for who knew how long, and when the last beast fell, Hela was already drenched in blue blood. She panted heavily and looked around. As far as her eyes could see, corpses were everywhere, and the ground was dyed blue. The corpses stretched as far as the eye could see, numbering in the hundreds of millions. The blood of these creatures smelled like expired milk, extremely sour and smelly. There was a pungent smell of blood everywhere. Hela held her breath and dragged her tired body to Ames' side. Quite efficient. Ames nodded lightly. Looking down at the tragic situation on the ground, Ames clenched her hand. Rumble. The ground shook as if an earth dragon was turning over. Earth dragons broke out of the ground and rolled on the ground. It was a spectacular scene. After using her force field to flip the ground for a while, the dust gradually dissipated and all the corpses were buried underground. It was as if the ground had been plowed. If Ames were to take action, destroying the beast horde would be a piece of cake. When you can reap the lives of hundreds of millions of creatures with a snap of your fingers, you will have reached beyond grade. Ames retracted her jade-like hand in her black hollowed-out sleeve and said with a smile. Hela nodded silently, her face expressionless, as if the blood all over her body did not exist. By the way, I saw a piece of news just now. Ames took out her communicator, shook her head, and chuckled. Black Star has challenged the Tyrant. They're going to fight in a dozen or so days, just like a few years ago. He didn't even change the 20-day agreement. He really has a bad taste. In the previous battle, Ames had faced the enemy together with Black Star, so it left a deep impression on her. Hela frowned slightly, a cold, murderous aura faintly leaking out. Do you want to go back and help? Hee, don't worry. Ames smiled faintly. The current him no longer needs my help. The organizations of the various star fields were paying attention to this matter, and under the influence of some people, more and more people's attention was attracted to the battle between the two of them. The gossipy galactic citizens interpreted all sorts of meanings from this battle. Some thought that this was Black Star's battle of revenge. Some thought that this battle would determine the number one beyond grade A of the Shattered Star Ring. And some even thought that the two of them were fighting over aims. This was a battle between love rivals, and they imagined a love triangle of millions of words in their minds. The gambling industry also started their own operations. Originally, Black Star's chances of winning were very high, but because he did not come personally this time and only sent an avatar and 2 million mechanical troops, the gambling industry adjusted the odds of winning to 60 to 40, with the Tyrant 60% and Black Star 40%. Ordinary people had no way of understanding the actual strength of a beyond grade A, and in many people's eyes, although Black Star's recent battle results were impressive, the Tyrant was not weak either. The Tyrant's name had long been ingrained in the hearts of the citizens of the Shattered Star Ring. Many people felt that a beyond grade A who did not come personally would not be a match for another beyond grade A, so there were actually many people who placed their bets on the Tyrant. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Clank Kingdom's territory, Soul Cluster, Black Star Tyrant. This was originally a desolate planet with a serial number. More than 10 days ago, Heber had chosen this place as the battlefield, so Clint had directly changed the name of the planet on the star map. Perhaps Clint planned to turn this planet into a tourist attraction, but the spectators felt that this name would not be used for long. After the battle, it was hard to say whether this planet would still be around after the battle. Black Star did not mind choosing Clint's territory as the battlefield. Firstly, it showed his strong confidence, and secondly, it was because he was not afraid of losing his mechanical troops, so Clint could not do anything. Beyond grade A mechanics were a headache in this aspect. As long as they had enough money, they could take risks without any fear, and Clint could not do anything. At this moment, countless spaceships gathered around Black Star Tyrant. With the lesson from a few years ago, all the spectators stayed far away. No one wanted to be the next lucky spectator to be randomly killed. The Bloodshed Land's fleet hovered in the surroundings, guarding the surroundings. Heber stood alone on the surface, his eyes closed as he rested. His mountain-like body stood straight, and his black cape fluttered in the wind. His aura was very powerful. Can he really win? On one of the battleships, a Vanguard official could not help but break the silence with a worried expression. "Are you doubting His Excellency Tyrant?" Rothers looked at him unkindly. "Don't you?" Rothers clenched his teeth, glared at him, and turned around. However, he did not refute. In fact, his palms were sweating as well. If the Tyrant could not defeat Black Star himself, although he would be disappointed, he was mentally prepared and would accept it. However, this time, it was only Black Star's doppelganger. If His Excellency Tyrant still could not defeat him, no, that's impossible. It's only been a few years. How can Black Star be so strong? Rothers shook his head and muttered to himself. It was unknown if he was trying to convince others or himself. Joe turned around to look at the worried Vanguard officials, and his face darkened. Once upon a time, the 8 Vanguard officials had absolute trust and loyalty toward His Excellency Tyrant, but now, when did they start to waver? That's right. When Black Star entered the beyond grade A realm, and the Tyrant lost, these signs appeared. Thinking about this, Chowda felt complicated and vexed. If he had known, he would have gone against the Tyrant's will and killed him in the secret war. Black Star, this is really a vicious plan that goes straight to the core. You have to win, Your Excellency Tyrant. Otherwise, it will be difficult to lead the team. Sigh, what a pity. There are no ifs in this world. Jode sighed. At this moment, Heber suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. Beep, beep, beep. The radars of every spaceship reacted. Everyone looked in the same direction and subconsciously held their breaths. The Black Star fleet slowly appeared in the distance, neither too fast nor too slow, arriving late. They're finally here. Heber's eyes were cold, and his hands behind his back clenched tightly. P.S. I recommend a book, The Old Alley. The author is an expert in concealment. Introduction. Beijing, in the 25th year of the Republic of China, is about to welcome a great change. Behind the prosperity, there are traitors in the alley. Chu Mufeng, a small criminal police officer, has great ambitions. Chapter 951. The spaceships along the way all move to the side, making a path for the Black Star Fleet to pass through. Under the excited and expectant gazes of countless people, the Black Star Fleet slowly flew above the Black Star Tyrant. The black steel hatch opened, and countless mechanical soldiers swarmed out, forming a long dragon. They quickly formed a dense and neat formation in the sky, occupying the sky. Their armor reflected the same galaxy. Pairs of mechanical eyes looked down at the brown planet below, focusing on the lonely tyrant. Heber stood with his hands behind his back, unmoved. He coldly looked at the dense mechanical army in the sky and suddenly snorted. His powerful lungs let out a roaring sound wave. Buzz! The echo was like thunder. Then, every cell of Heber's began to pump energy crazily, allowing the radars of every spaceship to detect a high-energy reaction. The pugilist flames in his body roared and surged, condensing on his legs. His body seemed to have become countless times heavier. Even though he was standing still, the ground under his feet cracked and spread. Both sides had assumed battle stances and were itching to fight. The tense and austere atmosphere was like an invisible net that instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Countless people present became nervous and could not help but hold their breaths. This time, the Lord's avatar stepped out from the crowd and came to the front of the Mech Legion. Its body was covered in mechanical force, and its eyes were shining. It carried Han Zhao's will. "I'm here," Han Zhao said in the public channel. "Humph!" Heber snorted coldly. This time, the dynasty did not interfere. Both of them knew that the battle would only end when one of them fell. Suddenly, Heber bent his knees and stomped on the ground. With him as the center, a shockwave spread out in all directions. Boom! The ground cracked under his feet, and Heber shot in the sky like a rocket. His eyes flashed with a cold, fighting spirit, and he shot toward the Mech Legion in the sky like a golden meteor. In the sky, violent mechanical force surged out from the Lord's avatar, instantly connecting all the Mech Legion. At this moment, Han Zhao activated many skills and habitually cast a luck curse on Heber. The next moment, the vanguard troops, who were in charge of attacking and resisting, suddenly dove down and charged toward Heber. There was no point in saying anything in such a situation. There was no foreplay. Both sides went straight to the point as soon as they met. The golden meteor collided with the vanguard mechanical army. Countless melted armor and broken parts exploded like bombs, shooting everywhere. Bang! 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 Heavy mechanical soldiers shattered and fell one after another. The golden meteor penetrated deep into the formation before gradually slowing down and being entangled by countless machines. The long-range troops at the back spread out and spun around Heber like a metal tornado. They shot out psionic cannons and dark energy annihilation cannons one after another. Countless beams of light shot toward Heber from all directions without any blind spots. The black mechanical army surrounded Heber, and this scene was like a flock of crows dancing around the sun. From time to time, reddish-gold martial arts waves would shoot out from the center, piercing through the flock of crows' formation like shooting out sun flames. A dazzling reddish-gold beam of light shot out, and the dozens of mechanical soldiers jointly activated their psionic shields. The beam of light exploded on the blue shields, creating an expanding energy shockwave. The huge explosion blasted these mechanical soldiers away, but they were not destroyed in one hit. After flying for a distance, they regained control of their bodies and turned around to continue the battle. Han Zhao's Mech Legion had been strengthened many times. Even when facing a beyond grade A, they would not be so weak. Although this batch of old machines had not been upgraded into the products of a divine throne mechanic, under the enhancement of his mechanical force, they were no longer mechanical soldiers that Heber could casually destroy. In this battle, the situation Heber faced was different from before. In the previous battle, Heber's goal was to establish his dominance and eliminate Han Zhao's main body as quickly as possible. However, now that Black Star had risen to fame, Heber did not need to end the battle as quickly as possible. He was very clear that since Han Zhao's main body was not here, the only way to win this battle was to eliminate all the Mech Legion present. Once he destroyed all the troops brought by Black Star's doppelganger, he would win. Therefore, Heber's mentality became stable and was not anxious at all. He had long been prepared for a protracted battle. He focused on killing the mechanical soldiers and charged brazenly between the formations. He did not have any intention of charging head-on at all. The protective aura around his body turned into a golden ball of light, enveloping Heber within. From time to time, psionic cannons would hit Heber's body, but most of the damage was reduced by his protective aura and various resistance talents. However, the remaining damage still made Heber feel even more pressure than before. When the psionic cannon hit his body, every attack that passed through his protective energy and hit his body caused him to feel pain. Heber was secretly shocked by Han Zhao's growth speed. He clenched his teeth and thought to himself, although I can only fight a protracted battle, the longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for me. I have to increase my killing efficiency. With this thought, he could not help but increase the frequency and strength of his attacks. On the other side, Han Zhao controlled the Lord's avatar to observe the battle and frowned as he looked at the combat information on the interface. What a tough and thick super HP bull. During the previous battle, there were still many question marks on Heber's combat information interface. Now that his level was higher than Heber's, the information he received was complete. Heber's level was 296, and some of it was the level of his subclass. Han Zhao was an anomaly. Compared to him, the level difference did not have much reference value. Although his overall level was not much different from Han Zhao's, Heber's grade was still S and did not have a plus. This was the difference brought about by various bonuses. Heber's HP was around 8 million, and his endurance was over 12,000. He also had a bunch of explosive skills that increased his strength, agility, and endurance. Needless to say, he also had all sorts of pugilist skills. He had a lot of resistance talents, such as true damage immunity, low damage immunity, fixed damage reduction, super toughness, and so on. These were all talents that Han Zhao had seen in the previous battle, and their defense was terrifyingly high. Due to the interference of the dynasty, the previous battle ended with the tyrant retreating, and there was no clear victor between the two of them. Han Zhao obtained a tie, but in reality, he did not deal much damage to Heber back then. Against Heber, he could only slowly grind away at his HP. Luckily, his mechanical force bonuses and the Mech Legion had been strengthened many times, so his damage was significantly higher. Therefore, Han Zhao did not use the perfect mechanical sense character summon card this time, nor did he need to. Under normal circumstances, the tyrant was no longer his opponent. After the battle began, a Grade S mission popped up on his interface, named Tyrant Heber. It was exactly the same as the mission triggered in the previous battle. According to the different circumstances of challenging a beyond Grade A super, such a mission would be randomly generated, and it was triggered this time as well. This avatar of mine only carries a portion of my attributes and abilities, but it's enough to fight Heber head-on and reduce the speed at which he kills the Mech Legion. With a thought, Han Xiaoxin's Lord's avatar suddenly attacked, passing through the many layers of defense and heading straight for Heber, who was in the center. A metal fist covered in mechanical force and psionic energy punched out. With a cold snort, Heber's muscles bulged, and it was as if there were many entangled pythons hidden under his skin. His tendons stretched, and his fresh muscle fibers twisted into a bundle, twisting out a powerful elastic force. A terrifying force gathered from his entire body to his arm, and he turned around to punch the Lord's avatar. The crimson gold fist collided with the blue metallic fist, and an intense energy shock wave burst forth, quickly spreading in all directions. Donk! The intense shock wave pushed the surrounding mechanical soldiers a long distance away, and an empty space was created in the atmosphere above Black Star. With the bonuses of heroic wrists, divine void force, and other growth talents, Han Zhao's current strength had reached more than 6,000 points, and his melee attack was also very impressive. The battle between the two moved around Black Star, and the galactic residents watching from afar closely followed the battle. On one of the spaceships, the Radiant Federation scouts were recording the battle. Radiance and Ethereal placed great importance on this battle, and they had both sent out scouts to collect information. Black Star's current strength would affect their plans for the evolution cube, so they had no choice but to pay attention to it. At this moment, Manison's remote projection was standing in a corner of the cabin, watching the battle through the window. The tyrant's chances of winning are very slim. Is that so? I feel that although the tyrant is surrounded, his body is very tough. He should be able to last until the Mech Legion is completely wiped out. The captain carefully expressed his opinion. Manison shook his head. I can feel that Black Star is stronger than before, and Heber won't be able to last that long. His condition will only get worse. Furthermore, Black Star still has many trump cards that he hasn't used yet, such as the Void ability on Planet Lighthouse. Hearing this, the captain nodded in agreement. I just don't know. After a pause, Manison pondered. How much has Black Star grown? Could it be that he's already at my level? It can't be that fast, right? At this moment, the space in the distance suddenly fluctuated, and the magnificent palace of hidden spells jumped over. Oh, they've already started fighting. Looks like I'm late. At the top of the palace of hidden spells, Austin sat cross-legged in midair, watching the battle between the two with an interested expression on his small face. At this moment, most people's attention was on the battle between Han Zhao and the tyrant. Although they noticed Austin's arrival, they only glanced at him briefly before eagerly turning their gazes back to the battle. Han Zhao also noticed Austin and could not help but twitch his mouth. Why are you always the referee when we fight? You're Captain Dragonfly? However, he did not have the time to care about the old man. Han Zhao retracted his attention and continued to control the Lord's avatar to fight Heber head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Black Star's surface rapidly became riddled with holes. The aftershocks of the battle and the mist psionic cannons would occasionally land on the ground, creating countless craters. As the battle progressed, Black Star's surface shattered and became filled with craters, as if it had turned into an onion. The crust of the planet was shaved off layer by layer, and the shape of the entire planet changed. The battle between Han Zhao and the tyrant was like a carving knife, carving this planet with broad strokes. Facing the human wave tactic alone, and the damage of the Mech Legion was beyond imagination, Heber quickly fell into a disadvantage and became very passive. Everyone in Bloodshed Land felt their hearts clench. Facing a team, His Excellency Tyrant is already so passive. Furthermore, he fell into a disadvantage not long after the battle began. Could it be that the difference between the two of them is even greater than we thought? In the previous battle, His Excellency Tyrant was clearly suppressing Black Star. In just a few years, the positions had swapped. Every dog has its day. Looking at the tyrant, who was in a rather sorry state, Foster's clenched his fists tightly, his expression uncertain. Boom, boom, boom. A series of psionic cannons landed on Heber's back, and the power penetrated his body. A metallic taste appeared in Heber's throat, and his body paused for a moment. Just as he revealed an opening, Han Zhao's Lord's avatar seized the opportunity and punched him in the chest. Then, both of his hands turned into a giant cannon, shooting out a dazzling blue beam and sending him flying. Halfway through the flight, just as Heber was about to stabilize himself, the psionic cannon's focused fire came again, blasting him into the air. Suddenly, a huge impact came from his back, and a large group of melee mechanical soldiers waving all kinds of ferocious weapons slammed into his back, changing his trajectory once again. After being continuously attacked like a storm for so long, no matter how strong Heber's body was, he could not take it anymore. He felt like he was a sandbag being crazily beaten up. His entire body was in pain, and he had fewer and fewer opportunities to fight back. Bang! After being beaten up for a few rounds, Heber fell straight to the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Cough! Star's shaking fist. Enduring the excruciating pain, Heber hastily mustered up his strength and blasted out a thick, dazzling golden pugilist wave toward the mechanical army that was chasing after him in the sky. A gigantic chain reaction explosion ball of light exploded, and the light devoured a large number of mechanical soldiers. However, after the energy dissipated, he discovered that most of the mechanical soldiers had used psionic shields to block it. Although they were heavily injured, they could still continue to fight and could not even be forced to use waste modification. The difference? How is it so huge? Heber was shocked and angry. When he accepted the challenge, he was still quite confident, thinking that he should have a high chance of winning against Black Star's team. However, after fighting for so long, he had already used all his means, but in the end, he discovered that he might not even be able to defeat Black Star's team. How is this possible? In the beginning, Heber could still resist the encirclement of the Mech Legion when he was at his peak state. However, as his injuries worsened and his energy consumption increased, his condition inevitably deteriorated. Han Xiao was different. He was the type of person who fought more and more bravely. Just the circulation of his HP and MP alone ensured that his energy would remain high. He also had talents like advanced strength in life, battlefield wisdom, and 1 against 10,000 men that increased his attributes along with the battle. The longer he fought, the higher his combat power would be. Under such circumstances, Heber was becoming more and more pathetic, almost becoming the king of beatings. If this continues, I'm definitely going to lose. Thinking of this, Heber's eyes suddenly turned blood red. He did not like any form of failure, especially losing to Black Star in such a pathetic manner. This was the most unacceptable to him. Boom! The next moment, Heber's entire body blazed, and the high-energy reaction he emitted continued to soar in an abnormal manner. The pugilist wave that gushed out tore all the mechanical soldiers nearby into pieces of metal. Oh, what skill did he use? Han Xiaoxin looked at the interface and realized that a new status had appeared on Heber's status bar. Polar channel flow, cellular overdrive. He was not unfamiliar with this move. This was a pugilist skill that players had learned in his previous life. Its effect was to forcefully activate the potential of the cells, overclocking the body, energy, and other attributes to the greatest extent, temporarily obtaining the combat power for the next promotion within a few hours to a few days. However, the repercussions were very serious. Once this skill was used, the cost of leveling up one's character and skill would permanently increase by 7%. Every time it was used, it would stack once. There was no upper limit. It was equivalent to squeezing out one's future potential in exchange for temporary explosive power. Normally, no one would use this move unless they had no other choice. Han Xiao was a little stunned. Is it really that hard to accept losing to me? You even resorted to such a self-destructive move. However, the next moment, when he saw Heber's eyes, Han Xiao understood. That pair of bloodshot eyes were filled with the stubbornness and pride of an expert. Although the tyrant's usual style was very pretentious, at this moment, Han Xiao had to admit that this was a qualified warrior. Indeed, those who can become beyond grade, as are a bunch of people who don't easily admit defeat. Han Xiao pursed his lips. The sudden burst of energy from Heber was also sensed by the radars of everyone present. They were all shocked and began discussing in the public channel. Whoa, the tyrant's high-energy reaction is still rising. What's going on? Is Heber going to use his trump card? I thought he was done for, but it seems like there's still a chance. Is the tyrant going to turn the situation around? Heber's body was covered in flames, and he directly crossed the 52,000 energy rank limit. His grade also rose to S+, and the wounds on his body were rapidly healing. He stared at Han Xiao with anger. He clenched his fists, and a dazzling golden light lit up in his palms, becoming brighter and brighter. It looked like he was preparing for a big move. At this moment, Han Zhao's Lord Avatar suddenly stopped in midair and looked down at Heber, whose aura was rising crazily. "Since you're so serious, I won't play with you anymore." As soon as he said that, mechanical force spread out like a spider web and connected to every single mechanical soldier. The next moment, all the mechanical soldiers flew toward the Lord's Avatar like birds returning to their nests. They assembled and stuck together, and a huge mechanical construct gradually took shape. The mechanical force chains that connected every single one of them were like the nerves, blood vessels, and tendons of a huge life form. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The mechanical soldiers seemed to have turned into parts one after another, and all the scattered mechanical soldiers quickly merged into one. This is, under the shocked gazes of countless people, a huge mechanical assembly appeared in the sky above the Black Tyrant star, its size extremely shocking. A heavy wave spread out from this huge mechanical assembly, and everyone had an intuition that this was not simply piecing together all the machines. This assembly was an independent new entity. Heber's eyes widened, and the pugilist wave that he was rubbing started to flicker like a light bulb. At the same time, Manison, who was watching the battle from the Radiant Federation spaceship, seemed to have been smashed by a huge hammer. His eyes widened, and shock flashed through them. This is a mechanical deity? Chapter 952. Manison was all too familiar with the mechanical deity. This was his trump card, and it had been many years since an opponent had been able to force him to use it. Now that he suddenly saw that Han Xiao also had this power, his emotions were in turmoil. Previously, Manison was still doubtful, but now he could finally confirm that Black Star had truly reached his level. Unbelievable. This growth speed. Manison's eyes were filled with shock. In terms of the age of a beyond grade A, Black Star was too young, so young to the point of immaturity. However, why was he able to break through common sense and become so strong in just a few years, completing what other beyond grades had taken decades to accumulate? Was it really because of his talent? Since ancient times, no one had ever had such terrifying potential. Manison clearly remembered that the last time he sparred with Black Star, the mechanical sense talent displayed by Black Star was clearly very embarrassing. It even made people wonder if he was a fake beyond grade A. If it was not because of his talent, what other reason could it be? Manison suddenly had an idea. Could it be that Black Star had other universal treasures other than the evolution cube and the space-time amber? No matter what, this growth speed is too strange. There must be something strange about it. Black Star must have some unknown secret. Thinking of this, Manison suddenly had a strong desire. If possible, he really wanted to dissect Black Star and find out the truth. Suppressing the impulse in his heart, Manison's eyes flickered, and he secretly thought of a question. Black Star already has the power of the mechanical deity. Then, did he discover the secret of the machinery faith? Normal beyond grade, as did not have an interface, and were unable to completely understand all of their own data. They could only explore the use of their various abilities. Therefore, not all Divine Throne mechanics could discover the special effect of the key of Adeptus Mechanicus. If not for the knowledge passed down by the mechanical race, Manison was not sure if he would have been able to discover the bonuses brought by the believers of the machinery faith. The question now was, did Black Star discover this ability? All along, Manison had been spreading the name Mecha Empire, occupying almost all the believers of the machinery faith and obtaining huge bonuses from it. If Black Star also discovered this point, he would definitely become his competitor and an obstacle on his path. At this moment, the importance of Black Star in his heart had risen to the highest level. I need to pay more attention to him. Manison narrowed his eyes, his face expressionless. Oh my God, it's so huge. I actually want to worship it. Is this normal? The Mecca of Mech Legion's appearance and the countless galactic residents present had a look of shock on their faces. Of course, to compare to it was to the size, to the tyrant, was to the size gigantic, was to the size, was to the tyrant with it was like an ant. Not only was it huge, but the mechanical deity also exuded a powerful aura, making everyone who saw it have the urge to kneel down and worship it. Its appearance could be constantly changed, and the specifics were controlled by Han Zhao's consciousness. The mechanical deity was a huge, silver-black mechanical sphere like an egg. Countless nanoparticles and mechanical structures flowed on its surface, filled with the beauty and weight of machinery. Under Han Zhao's control, the head, arms, and legs extended out from the egg, and the mechanical deity turned into a humanoid structure. The nanoparticles on its face turned into facial features, looking like Han Zhao himself. It looked like a giant version of Black Star that had been enlarged countless times. Inside the body, all the independent mechanical soldiers were turned into parts of the mechanical deity. The mechanical force chains were attached to all the mechanical soldiers, forming intricate energy transmission pipes in the body. They were also used to control the movements of this big guy, acting like a nerve center. The mechanical deity had the functions of every combined mechanical soldier, and it could be used on any part of the body through nanoparticles. Furthermore, the effects were greatly stacked. For example, if one fused 100,000 shield generators, the mechanical deity could also use 100,000 shields to protect every corner of its body. It could also fuse and stack psionic shields to form extremely thick shields. Han Zhao's physical senses extended to every corner of the mechanical deity's body, as if this was his original body. This feeling is not bad. This was the first time Han Zhao had used this ability, so it was quite novel. The mechanical deity lowered its towering head and looked down at the planet. Its vision passed through the sea of clouds and locked onto the incomparably tiny tyrant. Its huge right palm was raised, and it slapped down like a mountain falling from the sky. The palm broke through the atmosphere, and flames appeared at the edge of the palm. Its shadow covered a large area, blocking all of Heber's vision. Rumble. The sound of the air breaking was like the sky was falling. Heber's expression was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and got rid of the shock in his heart. He pushed his palms toward the sky, and highly condensed pugilist waves shot out from his palms. Star-shattering pestle. With Heber's palms as the center, of a red-gold halo with a diameter of tens of meters popped out horizontally. The pugilist waves expanded and turned into a thick red-gold beam of light with a diameter of tens of meters, shooting toward the rapidly descending palm of the mechanical deity. The thick pugilist flames were like streams of mist rising around the light beam. It was so thick that it looked like it was about to liquefy. The light beam with a diameter of tens of meters was not considered thin, but against the mountain-sized palm of the mechanical deity, the image was like a toothpick poking into a person's palm. Clack! A large number of mechanical parts moved on the palm of the mechanical deity, quickly transforming into dense shield generators. Countless psionic shields were activated, connected, and stacked together, forming a super-large psionic shield that covered the entire palm. It was like a huge, gradual blue bubble. The next moment, the red-gold beam of light arrived in the blink of an eye and hit the palm of the mechanical deity. Boom! A hurricane that swept everything suddenly rose, and the golden shockwave spread rapidly, sweeping across half of the planet's surface. The clouds were scattered, and the crust was lifted. Even in space, the golden energy ripples produced by this shockwave were visible to the naked eye. The huge chain reaction explosion energy cluster expanded, shattering a large number of psionic shields. The mechanical parts on the surface of the palm melted on a large scale, and flaming red spots appeared. However, the palm of the mechanical deity did not stop at all. It continued to press down as if it was holding the explosion energy cluster and smashing it down. Heber kept increasing the output of his pugilist waves. The veins all over his body bulged, and the muscle fibers on his arms burst one after another, dripping with blood. However, it was as if he did not feel any pain. His bloodshot eyes stared at the rapidly expanding palm of the mechanical deity in his sight. He crazily squeezed out all the energy in his body, releasing all the energy waves through his hands as if he was going to face the palm head-on. The red-gold beam of light quickly shortened, and the palm of the mechanical deity finally smashed into the ground. At this moment, Heber's vision was only left with a vast expanse of white. Boom! The palm of the mechanical deity slammed into the planet and continued to penetrate deep into the ground, forming a deep palm print. The explosion energy cluster was directly stuffed into the depths of the planet's crust. Cracks appeared on the ground, and dazzling light shot out from the cracks. In an instant, the vibrating sound waves that were enough to kill countless ordinary people exploded on the surface of the planet. The next moment, the light cluster expanded completely, and an earth-shattering explosion occurred in the depths of the planet, directly blowing up half of the planet. The shattered continental plates broke away from the planet's gravity and turned into meteorites. The liquid core in the depths of the planet was exposed, and high-temperature magma and star core material were spewed into space. The dazzling red liquid material quickly cooled and solidified, turning into irregularly shaped black rock plates that drifted in the universe. In the blink of an eye, Black Star's appearance seemed to have turned into an apple with a piece removed. However, this situation did not last long. The star core that had lost its balance quickly collapsed, and the planet collapsed inward. The second round of explosion occurred. Boom! The star core expanded and turned into a huge explosion of light. All the materials that made up the planet were thrown out, and the entire planet was torn apart. With one slap, Black Star was directly crushed. The energy shockwave of the planet's explosion swept out and affected the crowd watching the battle from afar. The shockwave swept through the formation of the audience, and the spaceships shook one after another. All of them popped up their stress shields. Black Star exploded. Although the galactic residents watching the battle in space could not hear anything, it did not stop them from imagining this earth-shattering scene. Countless people instinctively trembled in front of this terrifying scene, and some even almost lost control of their bowels on the spot. This explosion also affected the mechanical deity. The psionic shield array that covered the mechanical deity was like a dense shield wall, but at this time, a large area was shattered and large areas of melting appeared on the surface of the mechanical deity. However, the next moment, nanoparticles flowed on the surface of the mechanical deity, repairing the damage. Because of the loss of a lot of materials, the mechanical deity shrunk slightly, but its size was still huge. The many galactic residents present could not help but gulp and stretch their necks to look for traces of Heber. Where's the tyrant? Could he have been killed by the explosion? It can't be, right? He can use his body to smash through a planet. The explosion of a planet can't kill him, right? At this time, the battlefield became a large, newly formed asteroid belt. Han Shao glanced around and did not find any traces of Heber, so he simply looked at the interface. In the combat information, Heber's health had decreased by a large amount. If not for his true damage immunity and fixed damage reduction, this would have taken away half of his life. Now, his injuries were also very serious, but he still had the ability to fight. It looked like a slap, but in fact, this attack contained a lot of mixed damage. It contained a large amount of psionic impact damage, the explosion damage from Heber's own trump card, and a large amount of shockwave damage from the palm. Furthermore, the mechanical deity had countless power output devices, and the mechanical force bonus was even more shocking, comparable to the legendary Galactic Titans. Therefore, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying, causing a chain reaction on the planet. Of course, this powerful attack was accompanied by a large amount of energy consumption. If not for Han Zhao's energy regeneration talent, the mechanical deity would have become Ultraman and could only fight for 3 minutes. Han Zhao was looking for traces of the tyrant when suddenly he felt a pain in the right arm of the mechanical deity. A series of explosions occurred from the inside out, and the initiator was none other than Heber. So he took advantage of my slap to send himself into the right arm of the mechanical deity, wanting to destroy this huge body from the inside. Han Zhao shook his head slightly. The tyrant's choice did indeed seem to be the most correct strategy. Most people thought that the huge mechanical structure was very cumbersome, and its weakness was the inside. However, for a mechanical deity that could transform any part of its body, this rule did not apply. There were mechanical parts all around, and the heavily injured Heber was wantonly destroying the inside of the right arm of the mechanical deity, smashing through all the structures along the way and charging straight into the depths of the mechanical deity. However, at this time, the internal structure of the arm deformed, and mechanical soldiers quickly assembled, using the inside of the arm as a battlefield. They rushed up and fought with Heber, hanging on to Heber's huge body one after another. Scram! Heber was enraged, and his protective energy exploded, sending all the mechanical soldiers clinging onto him flying. Just as he was about to continue charging forward, his feet suddenly sank, and the mechanical structure below him suddenly turned into a trap, biting on a half of Heber's body and locking him in place. Countless mechanical tentacles shot out from all directions, wrapping around Heber in circles. These tentacles were made of nanomaterials, using a self-created synthetic material. They had no other advantage other than being very strong, and they were specifically used as ropes. Immediately after, the structure around him changed again, turning into different mechanical devices. Electromagnetic chains, molecular oscillation, gravity multiplication, space distortion, and many other control abilities were released at the same time, all acting on Heber. Heber instantly felt like he had fallen into a swamp. Not only did he feel dizzy, but his movements also became extremely difficult. At the same time, psionic cannon nozzles appeared in all directions, all aimed at Heber, and without a word, all of them landed on Heber's mountain-like body. It was a good idea to attack the mechanical deity from the inside, but entering the body of the mechanical deity was equivalent to stepping into the home field of the mechanics, walking right into the trap. Heber was dizzy from the explosion, and his rage was almost maxed out. With a roar, he ignored all restrictions and punched toward the depths of the mechanical deity's arm. Star-shaking punch. Rumble, a reddish-gold beam shot out, penetrating all the mechanical structures along the way and going deeper into the mechanical deity's arm. However, just as the beam reached the elbow, a psionic shield wall blocked the path of the star-shaking punch, and the star-shaking punch smashed into it. Bang! With a flash of light, countless parts were blown away, and the right arm of the mechanical deity was severed from the elbow. Heber was also sent flying, tumbling in the universe. His eyes swept over this scene, and his spirits were instantly lifted. However, before he could get excited, the severed right arm suddenly disintegrated, turning back into mechanical soldiers. Immediately after, dense chains of mechanical force shot out from the severed arm of the mechanical deity, sticking to these mechanical soldiers like a spider web and pulling them back. The next moment, the scattered mechanical soldiers gathered again, and the right arm of the mechanical deity was reconstructed. Heber's expression froze. Only a peak beyond grade 8 pugilist has a chance of breaking the mechanical deity from the inside. Han Zhao took a deep breath. You're not strong enough. He did not plan to let the tyrant rest. Suddenly, countless psionic cannon nozzles appeared in front of the mechanical deity, focusing their fire on Heber. While attacking from a distance, countless thrusters appeared on the back of the mechanical deity. Dense exhaust flames spurted out from the back of the mechanical deity, pushing its huge body toward the tyrant. The huge fist did not seem to have a high hit rate, but when Heber dodged the fist, the closest part would become a psionic cannon or a new mechanical weapon to attack, and any part of his body could transform at any time. No matter how he dodged, he would still be hit. The only difference was what kind of attack he would be hit by. After barely blocking for a while, Heber could not take it anymore. He was beaten up crazily by the mechanical deity, becoming a sandbag that was thrown around. When the spectators saw this, they understood the situation. They originally thought that Heber would be able to turn the situation around, but he was still completely suppressed by Blackstar. From the looks of it, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, the image of Heber being trampled by Han Shao was imprinted in everyone's heart, and they would never forget it. The domineering image in the hearts of the Shattered Star Ring citizens was shattered. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.